Hello! Hello. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back. Welcome back. Today, we begin our very first NG Plus playthrough of the remake. I thought I would take a couple of days off and come back. Wasn't sure what I was going to come back with. I was thinking SH2 and NG Plus. I thought maybe I'd be a bit too exhausted from the first playthrough, and just, it's a lot of energy going through this game, especially in the detail that I want to go through it with, with poring over every single wall in the game, examining every inch in the game. and talking incessantly about the game, it can be kind of exhausting. But no, I'm kind of in the mood for more of that again. um, we will get around to Ballad of Gay Tony and Splinter Cell. You know, we still have to finish off our subathon goals. We'll get around to that. I might mix up this second playthrough with the rest of those goals. You know, maybe I'll start up Ballad of Gay Tony tomorrow, or maybe the day after tomorrow if I do more of this tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see. So yeah, NG Plus. I'm gonna be like looking for the new endings, looking for any other new little things that they've added for NG Plus, and you know, just I'm curious just to experience the whole game again in general. Um, just to see how I feel about it the second time through, see how my thoughts develop on certain things, take a a closer look at certain things and try and find what I missed last time. Yeah, it should be interesting. It should be fun. Of course, I don't want any backseating or hints or tips whatsoever when it comes to new content in the game, new endings, things like that. So be very careful about what you say, of course, and mods, be on the lookout. I might not be looking at chat as often again this time. I'm sure I will be reading the chat a good bit, but yeah, maybe for certain areas, especially when it comes to new ending stuff and new items, things like that. Um, hold on a second. Let me see if I have to thank anyone here. Doodle, thank you very much for the 3 months. Much appreciated. Dr. Sasso, thank you very much for the 4 years. Good Lord. 48 months, Sasso. Thank you so much, man. JMP with the 70. Thank you very much, JMP. JSam with the 34 as well. Thank you. And I think that is everyone I have to thank. Okay. Really love those new renditions of Laura Plays the Piano and Ordinary Vanity. Such a different feeling you get from Ordinary Vanity, which kind of matches the very different tone of that first Eddie scene, which I still really like. I did play a little bit of this again, well, actually quite a bit of this off stream over the last couple of days, but I didn't do NG Plus. I just started up a new game. And I noticed some new interesting things that we'll talk about when we get to the apartments. Some stuff that made me wonder if Bloober was watching my in-depth story playthroughs of the base game. Like certain things, little things that I ramble on about in the base game that they kind of fleshed out and turned into a more of a concrete idea. Um, okay, hold on. Let me see. Bam, bam, ba-da-dum, bam, ba-dum. Okay. Hold on, hold on. Okay. Oh boy. Feels good to be able to watch dog streams again. Hey, I'm glad, D Gamer. How's it going? I hope you enjoyed your playthrough of the game. Welcome back, everyone. Let's see. I sound excited. Yeah, I'm curious to jump back in and see all this NG Plus stuff. Let's see. Bam, bam, ba da dum. Okay. Ho. fix the first cutscene with James. I didn't notice any changes, or maybe you just mean compared to the original trailers. How am I, Threedogg? Did you hear that I beat this last night? I got all the achievements. Where's my congratulations? Fuck off. That's all I have to say to that. Don't give any fucks about your achievements or anyone's achievements. Don't tag me with that bullshit ever again. Okay. Oh wait, this is just going to be continuing from my playthrough that I was doing off stream. I thought I was going to go into NG Plus here. Fuck, I hope I can still do NG Plus. Even though I've started a new playthrough. I'm sure I can. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, if you tag me, you need to really make sure it's something that I want to read. You gotta be really sure that I give a fuck about what you're talking about. Okay. Let's see. NG Plus. NG Plus hard. Puzzles. Let's go for standard and take a look at the standard puzzles. Even though I saw a couple of them when I was playing off stream. Yeah, let's do a full run with standard. I'm also very curious if they included extra riddle mode in this. Obviously, don't say anything about extra riddle, whether it's here or whether it's not. I would like to keep that as a surprise if possible. Oh, they call it light for easy. Okay. You're going through the game a third time on easy to see if there's extra? Yeah, I'm curious. I have a feeling they're not gonna have extra, but come on, Bloober, you have to do it. It's such a cool little hidden thing in the original game. If you didn't know, the original Silent Hill 2 actually has 4 riddle difficulties. But to unlock the 4th one, you need to beat the game on hard riddle, normal riddle, and easy riddle. All on the same save. The game has to recognize that you've completed all 3 riddle difficulties. Then on your next playthrough of the game, regardless of what riddle difficulty you choose, the game will give you extra riddle difficulty. If you pick easy, you won't get easy. You'll get extra. It doesn't appear in the menu at all. It's just a hidden thing. And then from that point on, after you do extra riddle, the game will then alternate between giving you extra and giving the one that you choose. So on the next round, after your extra riddle playthrough, it will give you the difficulty you choose. And then it'll just alternate between the two. Extra is like hard plus. Yeah, it's way... The riddles are harder than hard mode. But it doesn't really mean the riddles are that much harder in the grand scheme of things, because the only riddle that's really challenging in the original game is the coin puzzle. The rest of them can be trial and errored very, very easily. So it really only makes the coin puzzle more interesting. Though it still is cool because you get very different writing for the Hanged Man puzzle. The Hanged Man puzzle is just as easy as it is on hard because you can trial and error it easily. But you do get a beautiful new poem, a beautiful new piece of writing. So it's still kind of worth it. Yeah, let's go for standard. Interface preset, yeah, we'll leave it as custom. No, we're just gonna go with the standard thing. Standard graphics. I looked at some of
But you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you.
The classic mandolin.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Could Mary really be here? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
Okay. Yeah, I like this new rendition of this scene. I would say I still prefer the original and Sihi's performance of the monologue. I think as it stands now, I just prefer how in the original the monologue goes on for a bit longer. Um, if you've only played the remake, you know how later on James gets the memory of Rosewater Park in Neely's bar with the jukebox, and that's what sends him on his way to Rosewater Park. In the original game, he reflects on their time spent in Rosewater Park here. It's a part of the monologue. And his very first goal is to go to Rosewater Park right from the beginning of the game. He doesn't have to go to town and find, he doesn't have to trigger a memory later on, which makes him think of Rosewater Park. So the way they reworked the monologue here, editing this part out and then having you trigger that part later, very different. Yeah, in the original, when he's talking about, this whole town was our special place. What could she mean? And then he starts, does she mean the park on the lake? We spent the whole day there, just the two of us, staring at the water. And I love that moment in the original game, just how downbeat Sihi's performance sounds there. Just the pure loss and desperation is just really nice. This is still a really nice rendition of the scene overall, though. I think it still captures the deep melancholy and sense of loss. But yeah, I love this scene in the original so much. I like the difference in the bathroom scene. Maybe it feels a bit much with the hands shaking and that, like, highlighting the truth about what happened with James and Mary. But I like that we get it's very different again to the original. We get this sort of transformation almost, where James is, when he stares into the mirror, and then we get that long shot where we're just looking at James, this very still moment. It's almost like you're seeing in real time how he's like putting this all in the back of his mind, repressing all of this. Yeah, it really feels kind of like a transformation scene in the bathroom. In the original, it doesn't feel like that at all, but I like it. The lighting and everything is obviously way, way different here. So much darker. It's like the abyss in here. In the original, you can see everything quite clearly. All the same details are here. Like this text, the book of Job, the hands fashioned and made me, then thou turn around and destroy me. Book of Job up here, I am decaying like a garment that is moth-eaten, which I always thought was supposed to be referring to Mary, and especially the state that Mary is in, that the disease put her in. You know, she's like, it did an absolute number on her physical appearance, her raw, you know, her flesh all totally scarred, looking like a leper or something almost. We do get this association between moths and Mary throughout the game. So I think that's what that ties into still. Again, all of these details are in the original. Something I looked up yesterday as well was the what all of this was. This little alien thing is actually supposed to be a representation of Lilith. A very crude drawing of Lilith. And beside this drawing of Lilith, you have this Hebrew writing, and I think a lot of this revolves around something to do with childbirth and an association between Lilith and childbirth. Again, I'm not really sure why this is here. Because this is actually something in the game I haven't really looked into all that much, but yeah. And here, I don't think anyone has really decoded what this is. This is also in the original. This writing here on the wall, that's also in the original. And I think Bloober also put this into the safe room in the apartments. You know, the safe room with all of that writing on the wall in the apartments? Behind the wallpaper, I'm pretty sure you can see this texture again. But yeah, I've always liked the Book of Job writing here. It's interesting. Job, the man who had it all together, the happy family, the perfect life, and then it was taken from him as a test to see if he truly did have faith in God. I think you can apply that to, you know, what happened to Mary and James's relationship. Just this sickness suddenly being struck upon them. James being tested. Maybe referring to the test in Silent Hill itself as well. Where he kind of goes through this trial. Makes me think of Maria, you know, this other possible Mary that he can take instead of his wife. But yeah, all these details from the original are still here. In the original, the wall at the back here is not just totally black here. You can see an advertisement for Maria kind of staring James in the face here in the original. They don't really highlight the Maria poster in the same way in the remake, but it's still here, I think. I think there are Heaven's Night posters outside here. But again, it's you can't see Maria clearly on them or anything. In the original, it feels more like a symbolic statement, you know, where it's like, here's your advertisement, here's your other possible Mary that you can take. Another one here as well. Bit on the nose? I don't think it feels on the nose in the original. Like, it's not like in your face, really. It doesn't feel like it's really trying to make a statement. One thing that I was worried about regarding this remake was that they were going to highlight all these things a bit too much. That you'd be able to go up and interact with it, and you'd get subtitles showing you what it said. Because in the original, it's this text that's there, but it's not really jumping out at you as something that's trying to be a statement in the original, I don't think. You know, and it took fans years to even, you know, realize that these were, like, comprehensible things in the bathroom. But yeah, while there is a Maria poster here in the original, it doesn't feel like it's too on the nose to me. Do you start in the toilet in the original? Yeah. In the original, you have to walk out in gameplay to trigger the scene as well, with the monologue here. You get to walk out. You get to walk around in the bathroom before you go out. The bathroom was also like like their proof of concept for the visual style of the original as well. If you watch the making of, they say that the style of the game and the art direction was based around the idea of simultaneous repulsion and attraction. That the game would have would be covered in filth and decay, but it wouldn't just be gross and disgusting filth and decay. It would be, you know, at the simultaneously repulsive and attractive, where you would be kind of drawn to it in a mysterious way, while also maybe being kind of repulsed by it. Yeah, that there'd be something alluring about the decay. And I feel like the remake does a good job of staying true to that. The bathroom itself, though, maybe you could say, doesn't really feel like that in the remake, because it's way more obscured and way darker. In the original, it's everything is much clearer, and you really get the sense of all this filth and decay. But in this remake, it's just so dark compared to the original. But yeah, I feel like once we get to areas like the apartments, man, I really think they did a great job with the apartments in this. It feels, I get that same feeling from it, just in a bit of a different way. Let's go get the map, shall we? Map of South Vale. Hey, what's up, Monk? Something that really strikes me about this part compared to the original as well is just it feels just way more realistic. I was kind of a bit I wasn't really sure how I felt about this starting up my first playthrough of the remake. You know, after James says his monologue in the original, it immediately cuts to this swirling, surreal music. You know, it's like, wow, wow. And you get all these unreal sounds. When you approach the car, you get this weird, like, engine starting sound. And then when you pull back, it stops playing. You get all these strange, unreal sounds. Like here, it just feels like it just feels like a way more realistic take on this sequence. There's no background music at all. Everything just looks so much more real, you know, just the ultra high def, modern, realistic graphics. Yeah, I wasn't really sure how I felt about the tone of it. I was like, oh, this kind of feels a bit too real compared to the original, but yeah. I think I might still prefer just this sequence in general in the original, just because of all that extra mood and feeling you get. But yeah, in the remake, it kind of gradually escalates. You know, you have to walk down and then the music starts to come in a bit. Which is something I guess the remake does a lot. Each area, you know, every area kind of starts out somewhat normally and then you get this gradual build, things becoming more and more surreal, more of the original music coming in. Do you have to pick up the map? Oh! You know, I'm not sure in the remake. In the original, you do. You can try and go down. But then James will stop himself and he'll say, oh, he needs to go back. You know, it'll come up in text that he needs to go back and get the map. Can you reveal? Yeah. Feel free to say. Can you see through the other side of the car to see behind? Yeah, you can see that Mary is in the back seat here a bit more clearly than... Well, you don't see it at all in the original, but... Yeah, if you look here, you can see that there's a blanket in the back seat covering something. I think they did a good job here of not making that seem too obvious as well. Like, new players, they're really gonna have to a sharp eye to see this and then, like, think that there's something really relevant about this. I can't imagine there are going to be too many new players who are going to be realizing Mary is somehow in the back seat of the car here. And we can also close the door. Can't do that in the original. Do you know how long after the murder this takes place? Not exactly, but a few days. Sometime in the last week. Another very, very sad thing about the story of this game, and something that's kind of obscured, it's something that you have to piece together yourself, is that Mary was on the verge of death anyway. You know, James he got through the worst of it. Mary had been sick for 3 years, and she was about to die. And James killed her at the very, very end of it, after he had been through the whole 3 years. So that's just like an extra sting in the story, you know? James, man, all you had to do was wait another short while and she would have died anyway. He killed her when she was at the end of her rope. It seems like the remake is missing the doctor scene from the original, which is a real shame, because it's a really cool scene from the OG. Something that I was thinking of, this didn't really feel this way to me when I played it, but for new players, this sequence is just going to seem like a typical modern video game sequence where you're not allowed to go where you want to go, with shitty invisible walls and like, oh, I'm going to check up here. No, you're not allowed to go up here. Right, but for me, I didn't think of that at all when I was playing this for the first time, right? Because with my experience of the original, I knew that we wouldn't be allowed to go up here. I knew that James was going to turn back. But in the original, they make more of a point out of it. Like it's more a part of the story. You get some text on the screen to read James's thoughts, where he says, you know, like, I can't turn around now. I forget exactly what he says, but, you know, it's supposed to reinforce the idea that he wants to be here, you know, and that he's here for a reason. But in the remake, he just kind of, we get this awkward sigh from him, and he's like, oh. Yeah, in the original, they kind of reinforced this as more of a part of his character, you know? We get to read his thoughts, and we can kind of infer something interesting from his thoughts here. But in the remake, it just kind of feels like your typical modern video game not letting me go where I want to go kind of thing. Which is a bit of a shame. Maybe they should have had him say something, or, you know, something to give him some character in that moment. What's my most fitting ending in Silent Hill 2? My favorite ending is the leave ending, because I'm a big James sympathizer. At least in the original. I'm not sure if I feel as sorry for this version of James compared to the original. I feel like I see more of the darker side of James's personality in this version of the game. I see like more of his sour side in this. More of his selfish side. And I don't know, yeah. Although I still do really feel sorry for this version of James at times. But maybe not as much. What ending did I get on my first run of this? In the remake, leave. Which is what I was going for. It's what I was shooting for. I'm glad I got it. Just using my knowledge of how the endings work in the original game, I was hoping that would also help me here, and I think it did. Leave is impressive to get on hard. Yeah, I just ignored all of the Maria stuff from the original game, all of the in-water stuff that I knew from the original game. Yeah, so I figured a lot of that stuff was going to be the same. Going to aim for any new endings this time? I don't know. I'm not sure what's going to happen. Maybe I'll try and get one of the new endings. We'll see. Leave was the most common. Yeah, it's usually between leave and in water. Those are the two endings you're most likely going to get on a first playthrough. Maria is generally a little bit trickier to trigger. But yeah, again here, just so different to the original game. The mood in the original is so surreal. All the extra contextual sounds just feel like unreal elements. In this version, we kind of just get way more realism. Like we get this gust of wind in the tunnel. In the original, when you come up here, you get that strange kind of car starting sound again, like you do when you approach the car. I love what they did with the Brahms sign, the whole meme regarding the Brahms sign with all the different numbers for the different versions of the game. And with the remake, they just said, you know what? Fuck it. We're going to spray over that Brahms sign. Although you can see underneath, it is the original amount of miles, I think. It's like, what is it, 255? Is there a reason there's a white van? In the original game, a lot of people interpreted that this was Eddie's van. Because in the opening montage for the game, you see Eddie sitting beside a white van. And we know that he drove to town with Laura. So a lot of people assume that this is where Eddie also started his journey. In the remake, they also add some new details. We have this this drink here from a fast food place. So maybe you could say this is further reinforcing the idea that this is Eddie's van, or at least that's Bloober's interpretation. I like the broken windscreen wiper here. Oh, wow, you got the Maria ending. Yeah, I very deliberately didn't go back to Maria during all the points where you can go back to her. I really tried to avoid that ending. I think I did talk to her an extra few times in the hospital where she has a rest. But aside from that, I didn't do anything. I didn't go back to her once during the hospital. I didn't go back to her once during the prison, the labyrinth. I did, actually, but then I reloaded the game just to make sure it didn't affect the ending. Okay. Yeah, I'd be intrigued to see them do the Born from a Wish scenario. Be interesting to get a new version of the Baldwin house and that whole story. One really nice thing that I like about this sequence in the remake is just the extra focus you get on the trees here. Being able to look up and see these towering trees, pine trees, right? Really gives me Twin Peaks vibes. Especially with the surreal music coming in here. Like there's something in the woods, some spirits in the trees. Fits with the Lost Memories lore that we get in this as well, you know, about the Native Americans and their beliefs of the spirits that inhabited the rocks and the trees and everything. Man, the fog. The way it obscures the trees in this, so nice. Oh, well. I've rewatched this Angela graveyard scene a few times now, and it's definitely one of the scenes in this that I'm still really not the biggest fan of. It just looks awkward to me. The way Angela's model looks in the light with the fog, it just really doesn't look great to me. In the original game, you're immediately just struck by the emotion and the mood and the atmosphere of the scene, the gorgeous Takayoshi Sato artwork, and those beautifully sad expressions on Angela's face. In this version, I'm just immediately struck by the fact that I'm looking at weird and awkward character models. Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't feel good to me, this scene. The Angela scene in the apartments, that has grown on me quite a lot. There's still a part of that scene that I'm not so fond of, but yeah, I don't know. This Angela scene in the graveyard just feels... I'm just focusing more on, like, the awkward graphics than I am of, yeah, I don't know. In the original, I don't really have that problem at all, but here I feel like I'm just kind of focusing on weird graphical details more than I should be. What's my overall opinion about Silent Hill 2 Remake? Far exceeded expectations. I mean, my opinions, I think, will develop and evolve a lot as I replay it. You know, I probably won't have an overall opinion for a good while. You know, because I think my opinions will develop dramatically as I replay it. But, yeah, really enjoyed it overall. I'm fairly mixed on certain new scenes, and so yeah, some of the new tone and the direction with regards to cutscenes and performance I'm a bit mixed on. And yeah, but yeah, overall I really enjoyed it. I can't go into all of my opinions now. You'll get all my opinions as I play through the game. I can't stop and just go on a whole monologue about my overall thoughts. Like I can't summarize all of that into a soundbite. Really, you're just gonna have to watch me play. Okay, yeah, let's...
It's like someone's groping around my skull.
This really makes me wish that they would have just included James's thoughts more in text. I don't really like getting this in dialogue. Especially, I don't know, for just such a meta moment that's supposed to be commenting on the player's control. At least that's how it really feels in the original, you know, when he's talking about someone groping around inside his skull when you interact with the save. I kind of wish they would just have left these moments as thoughts, where we're just reading what James is thinking, rather than him speaking his thoughts aloud. But fairly minor nitpick, I guess. Yeah, maybe just the little bit of body language would have been perfect there, just where he kind of grabs his head. And then our OG players would have been able to pick up, oh, it's, you know, it's... They're expressing what you see in text in the original. Am I gonna lick every wall during this playthrough? Yeah, I don't think I can't. I don't think it's possible for me not to lick every wall. Trying to see if I can see Angela here. Oh yeah, there she is. Nice. Because the scene triggers much sooner than in the original. In the original, you get to walk in a little bit and then you can see her there sitting at the gravestone before the scene triggers. That's cool that we can still see her here before the scene. Just like the original in that regard. Yeah, I'm on quality at the moment. I think... Does anyone know if there's a difference, at least on console, between how the cutscenes are on quality and performance? I was wondering if you just got the scenes on quality by default, even if you're on performance, because I know the cutscenes are 30 FPS regardless. When I was playing off stream, I noticed a pretty huge difference between quality and performance before Brookhaven. If you're playing on console on performance mode, before Brookhaven, you don't get the sunset visuals at all. So, yeah, a good idea to switch to quality before that sequence, because you miss the whole thing that they do with the sunset. Hey, Ghosty. You stuck to quality, lots of drops on performance. And another thing, I forgot to say it at the time, but during the Angela staircase scene, I think a big part of what pulled me out of that scene where I wasn't really sure how to feel about it afterwards, for half of the scene, I was just looking at the visuals because I wasn't sure if I was seeing a bug or not. There was this weird fire effect where you saw these swirling lines around the place. And I didn't really know what I was looking at there, whether that was intentional, if it was a bug or not. Yeah, there was this weird visual effect with the fire going on in the staircase scene, and it was distracting me. Dave, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome. Anyone coming in? How's it going? Good to see you. Good to see you. Gotta run and eat, but then you'll be back for hangs. Great, great. But Nico, you were saying the scenes do look better on quality. I was thinking, because when I was looking at this scene the other day on performance mode, I felt like it wasn't as good. I was seeing more little visual things that were pulling me out. Did I switch over there? Yeah, I can tell already it looks better.
Excuse me.
The hair.
I'm sorry. I was just...
Hey, it's okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost?
Yeah, I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But... I think you should stay away.
The gasp is still really effective, yeah.
This town, there's something wrong with it. And it's not just the fog, either.
Is it dangerous?
Maybe. It's kind of hard to explain, but
I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I don't really care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going either way.
But why?
I'm looking for... someone. Someone very important to me.
Me too. I'm looking for my mama. I mean, my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either. I'm sorry, it's not your problem.
No, I hope you find them.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, big differences between performance and quality there. Again, like I was saying, when I was replaying this, I was on performance, and man, the visual issues were really distracting me. Didn't get the same problems there. There was something about the way James's mouth looked. The hair looked way more off on performance, and that was distracting me a lot. Even still, though, I still definitely prefer the original rendition of this scene. I really miss the dreaminess of it here, and the Sato artwork, just how expressive Angela is in the opening shots in the original. But this is still okay, I guess. The apartment scene grew on me a lot, and I still just kind of think her model looks a bit weird in this light. I don't really have that issue with her in other scenes in the apartments when it's like way, way darker. I think the model looks a lot better. But yeah, let's talk to her again here.
Did you want anything else?
No, it's just... this fog. Does it seem unsettling to you?
I guess. It's just through the gate and down the path. You'll get there in no time. Good luck finding the one you're looking for.
Yeah, I should probably get going.
Her body language here, pretty much identical to the original Angela, the way she just holds herself defensively. It's always a very important part of the original. The father and brother thing, quite different. In the original, when she mentions the father and brother, she does the same thing where she awkwardly turns away from James in that moment, looking over here, but in the original, she kind of caresses one of the gravestones when she's talking about them, where you get much more of a hint that her father and brother are dead. Or it's just kind of strange. It's not really something you probably think about until repeat playthroughs, but I thought that was still quite effective here, just the way she turns and looks away. It still kind of gives you a strange feeling about what might have happened to the father or the brother. I quite like this when we come down to the water. This ominous sound that comes in. It's cool seeing them kind of follow in the original game's footsteps here with unique contextual sounds. Giving you a An ominous feeling about the water. Ooh, I don't think... Oh! Oh! New NG Plus. In the first playthrough, this grave was empty. And I was just about to talk about how this might also have been another little in-water tie-in regarding the water, you know, the empty grave beside the water and the new ominous sound. You know, alluding to where James might be headed if he takes a certain path. But this, yeah, this is pretty nice, fairly subtle stuff with the water, which I like. Let's see. Oh! Crimson Ceremony already! Well, this is an interesting little remix. In the original game, this is the last of the rebirth items you find. And here, it seems like it's going to be the first of the rebirth items. Oh, we can't read it. Proud fragrance of life, which flies towards the heart. O cup which brims with the whitest of wine. It is in thee that all begins. Oh, it's a shame we can't get to read it. I love the writing in this in the original. It's like you're reading from the perspective of one of the cult's gods or spirits, and it's very ominous. It's like pure horror. The cover looks gorgeous, though, the way just the book looks. And the bit of writing that we get there is very similar to some of the text that we get in the original's Crimson Ceremony. Okay. And we have this eye. Fuck. This is making me think now that did I check the bathroom? Fuck it. I'm gonna ask a question here. Nico. Only Nico is allowed to answer this question. Heinous. Nico. Did I miss anything in the on the observation deck? On the way to here. Ah! Okay, I'm going back. I'm going back. Shit! Wait, hold on. Nice. On the way to here. You little bitch, Nico. I bet it's not going to be on the observation deck. You just didn't want me to miss something on the path here. It kind of is and it isn't. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. I wanted to know if I missed anything here. I completely forgot about looking out for the UFO item. Right, which you normally get in the bathroom. Cool. That's very much in line with one of the sounds you get in the original game here. You get a sound like that loops quite frequently in the original here. Like some monster in the bushes. In the original, you get fixed camera angles here as well that kind of look from the perspective of something in the trees there. Sometimes I kind of miss some of those fixed camera moments in this. Right, nobody say anything. I don't really like playing with these prompts turned on, but I think I'm willing to do it for NG Plus just so I don't miss certain things. Let me go back up. What the hell? What the hell did I miss here? Okay, nobody say anything. Nobody say anything. I don't even want to look at the chat at the moment. Okay, the gem is not here. In the original, you find the gem to trigger the UFO ending here. The back of the bathroom. Huh. What the hell? Okay, maybe it's... Nico said on the way down. He wouldn't... So I don't think it's going to be up at the top. Damn, where the hell is it? What the hell is it? It's not human. Wonder if there's a spot where we'll be able to, like, walk up there or something. Maybe now I missed it because I was looking on that other side. Oh! Grave truths lost to the mind shall flow white into a void chalice, so the rite of red shall commence. This feels like it's just hinting me towards the... leading me towards the Crimson Ceremony book, which I already found. Right, I'm gonna ask another question. Heinous. Nico, only Nico is allowed to respond to this question. Nico, is this the only thing that I missed? The only thing you know of. Okay, okay. I have a feeling that probably doesn't matter. Something tells me we don't need to read that to trigger the rebirth ending. It's just a little hint about the rebirth ending. Okay. Well, well, well. Okay, okay. Yeah. Sucking on my hairy balls. Sucking on my hairy balls. Hairy balls. Okay. Oh, we can't read it. We can't read it. God, it's so good. It's so good, though. Why can't we read it? Let's take a look over here. All have sinned and fall short of God's glory. I think that's what that says here. That's a new little note that's not in the original. Wonder if the rebirth ending is going to do something with this place. Probably not. I would imagine it'll do what it does in the original, where we row out onto the mysterious island on the lake. Hold on one second, guys. Sucking on my hairy balls. Kind of a shame we don't get those unique little flowers in the water that are here in the original. Just kind of get more normal looking grass. I always wondered if the little plants that were here in the original were supposed to be White Claudia. The plant that the cult used in Silent Hill 1 to create their drug, PTV. I really hope the doctor tape scene is tied to an ending, because it's unforgivable not to have it. Yeah, I really do miss that. It's feels like an important scene to have in the original. And it's one of those moments where you really get to see how much James truly cared, you know, about Mary's sickness in the early days. And just that desperation from him. And it adds to the whole mystery and explanation behind the 3 years thing. Again, I don't think it's absolutely necessary to have in the game, but it really does add something to it for sure. Do we know what Mary's sickness actually was? No. Like the actual... They never specify what the illness is. I like the scarecrow here. I don't think I noticed the scarecrow in the field here. On my first playthrough. I was really impressed by this whole walk into town the second time through when I was playing it off stream the other day. Man, they do such a great job with the sound design here. All the unique little sounds that you get here at the field. Up ahead as well, you just get loads of great little pieces of sound design on the walk into town. Hey, what's up, Storm? Oh! The fucking chainsaw! Nice! I wasn't even thinking about the chainsaw. Oh boy. Okay, we're gonna have to see if we have the scream. Slightly different animations depending on if you're running or walking, standing still. Then he just sticks it up his ass. So if you clip out of bounds here with the camera, they put a funny little reference here to the Silent Hill HD collection. Apparently, the Comic Sans sign for the ranch is inside there, inside the barn. No scream? We'll test if he has the scream later. In the original, you only get the scream when you're around enemies. So we'll check if he has the scream later. Oh, is that just the sound of the sign there? Yeah, so many great little touches with the sound here on the walk-in. That fog. Someone remind me, what is the Konami code? I always forget what it is. Konami code. Up, down, down, left, right, left, right. Up, down. Let me try it on the menu here. Up, down, down, left, right, left, right. Fuck it. If the Konami code does something in this, you can just tell me. Heinous, I don't mind. Man, the fog just looks so good when it's obscuring things like the trees and... Really nice. What a vibe. Togon with the 59. Thank you. More really nice little touches with the sound. Great metal creaking, the wind. The thing I find funny is that fog used to be used in games to vastly increase performance. Now it lowers performance. Oh, man, what a nice shot that is. Just again, the way the fog obscures those trees in the distance there to the left. Now, this little area. It was really interesting coming back to this little spot the other day off stream. Went to town to get the window fixed. spare keys in the drawer. I was quite struck by
Hello?
the way
Anyone
this
in here?
the way this looked in here. To me, this area and this image here almost feels like Bloober's proof of concept for them being able to recreate the look of the original Silent Hill 2. Combined with the music here, like, this is a completely new area that wasn't in the original Silent Hill 2. But it looks like it could be in the original Silent Hill 2. Like, I can imagine a PS2 version of this room with these exact visuals. Like, the way the light looks here, the darkness, the colors on the posters over there. Like, this really feels like Silent Hill 2. This feels like it could be in the original game to me. Just, yeah. Just the particular way the light looks, the grime. The mood combined with the music. Tiny, tiny little area, but like really, really good. Really feels like it's at a piece with the original game. To me, at least. Auto parts key. Yeah, JMP, you're saying you don't think the Steam numbers have been very good for this? I kind of got the opposite impression over the first few days of playing it. I was just seeing so many people play it on Twitch, at least. I thought the Steam numbers were good initially, but I really don't keep up with all of this stuff regarding statistics. But yeah, like I saw a lot of big streamers playing it. Seemed like it was very well received generally. Every time I've checked on Twitch, there's been like 20,000 viewers watching it, or over 20,000 viewers. Bad Humans was saying Konami said that they were very happy with it as well, but... yeah, I don't know. Jesus Christ! Forgot I had the chainsaw. But yeah, really nice little vibe in here. Love the posters. Well... okay. Also a reminder that the Silent Hill series sold like 8 million total before this game. That's another thing, yeah, that people really need to remember. Silent Hill was never really ever that big. It has an extremely loud and devoted cult following. But the games, even in their prime, never really sold all that well. Silent Hill 1 was this surprise smash hit that far exceeded any expectations that Konami had for it. And then every game since then kind of failed to live up to that. Silent Hill 2 selling much less. Silent Hill 3 selling way, way less than Silent Hill 2. I'm not sure how Silent Hill 4 sold in comparison to 3, but it was probably around the same, maybe a bit less. And then, we all know what happened after 4. 20 years of absolute misery. 20 years of the series living in the fucking basement. Living in the dumps. Hey, bad humans. And in Japan, I'm not sure like what the stats are related to, you know, how the game sold in Japan. But Masahiro Ito has said many times that, you know, people love Silent Hill in the West, and Silent Hill 2 has this huge reputation, and, you know, it's revered as like the greatest horror game ever, along with, you know, maybe one or two others. But apparently in Japan, no one really talks about Silent Hill in the same way. Silent Hill 2 doesn't really have this reputation in Japan. But yeah, Silent Hill 2, its reputation just kind of grew and grew and grew in the West over the years. Yeah, the first 4 Silent Hill games, I don't think any of them had Japanese VA, right? They were all just English only with Japanese subtitles. So yeah, that would probably factor into it. Maybe Silent Hill 4 released in Japanese as well. Oh, I missed this on my first playthrough. This is a memory of the first lying figure encounter, I think. Yeah, that's what it has to be here, right? Yeah, not the biggest fan of the memory jingle system so far. I kind of wish it was a bit more underplayed. Where, like, you just had... Maybe if they didn't have the interactions, if it was just something for you to notice. We'll see. We'll see if it plays into one of the new endings or something. Oh, this is nice, actually being able to see up onto the road here. They used the same sign. This would have been a nice touch if we actually got to see the Brahms mileage here. It's still, someone sprayed it out on this sign too. I just love looking at the trees behind the fog. Yeah, the Brahms thing, if you didn't know, it became another meme in the community. Because, once again, in the butchery that is the HD collection, they altered the mileage. The amount of miles to Brahms. And then, when fans released the Enhanced Edition, they also changed the amount of miles to Brahms. So with all these other versions of Silent Hill 2, it kept changing. So Bloober just said fuck it, and they sprayed over the amount of miles to Brahms. Once again, the Shining posters. Except in this version, it almost looks like Bloober created artwork rather than the actual posters inserted into the game. But yeah, this face here, this is supposed to be Jack Nicholson's face. His head through the door, the Here's Johnny scene. Barely visible here. it's like that in the original too. The poster is completely scratched where you can barely see it. This is kind of nice being able to see down here. And they really go beyond in this with some of the extra detail, just the garbage and stuff down here. The original, you can't look down in all this detail because you have a more fixed camera. Hope I'm not missing any other items. Anything new over here? No. The Roadrunner. Spec Ops, I don't want to hear about any other theories because it probably ties into stuff that I haven't seen yet regarding new endings. So I would prefer if people don't talk about new theories. Okay. We get our map again. Or, you know, like big new theories that tie into the new endings and stuff. Yeah, please don't talk about stuff like that. Other more minor details that relate to the Silent Hill 2 that we already know. Some of that stuff might be okay, but yeah, just be careful about talking about new things. But yeah, I already got the impression based off a couple of little things that other people said that they might be doing something like that with the new ending. I started thinking about the Maria ending from the original game, which already gives the impression that James might go through the same thing again, where in the Maria ending he essentially learns nothing, and you get the impression that Maria's going to get sick and the same thing is just going to happen again. So I was wondering that maybe with this new remake they might play off of that, and with one of their new endings maybe potentially play into that as an idea. That could be interesting. It could also tie into all of the other details that we see in town, like all the memories from the first game, as if it has already happened. So yeah, maybe I'm curious to see what they do with that, if they go further with that in one of the endings. As it stands, I kind of wish they kept the whole memory system for NG Plus exclusively. Or at least maybe took a bit more of a subtle approach with it. But yeah, I'm really curious to see the new endings and what kind of stamp Bloober put on the game in that regard, to see what their their own new endings are. Jesus Christ. I keep expecting him to use the plank, even though I don't have the plank. Also, Mr. Man, if I didn't say hello, how's it going? This was really interesting coming through here the first time. In the original game, I always looked at this flower place as being a kind of little symbolic detail, like the first thing that you see when you come into town. This is also right here in the same place in the original game. And the sign is it might not be the exact same, but it's very similar, where it's like celebrating history, celebrating the good years, the memories. And I always wondered if that was an intentional detail about, you know, in a very subtle way alluding to James's own history with Mary, and playing off this idea of memory, and the town in this game being a kind of shrine for lost memories and forgotten histories. And in this remake, they lean into that as very much as an idea, because we actually get to go inside where we don't in the original. Okay. Miss Cassandra. A customer came in today, ordered a mixed bouquet, red and white. I tried to explain it's bad luck, but he couldn't decide on just one. He seemed a bit off. Looked at me like I wasn't even there. Then he just said he'd be back to pick them up later. I just wanted to let you know, since I might be gone by then. I wonder if this guy is supposed to be the janitor, the same guy who seems to parallel James in this little story that we get at the start of the remake. You know, the guy who takes the record from Neely's bar and then tries to fix it, and that's a new little parallel story that we have in this that wasn't in the original. The whole red and white thing as well. Another thing, which is, you know, the rebirth ending focuses on the red crimson ceremony book and the white prism. Seems to tie in with Pyramid Head and the old executioners as well, the red and white symbolism, you know, in the prison, when you see the real old executioners of the town that Pyramid Head is modeled on. What does it say on that picture of the two executioners? Crimson and white banquet for the gods. So you get that red and white thing again there. Okay.
What is this?
The colors being bad luck and a sort of a bad omen as well, I think kind of fits with the rebirth ending. You know, like the rebirth ending, you really feel like you're doing something that you shouldn't be doing. That, you know, it's like the pure horror ending where James goes totally off the rails, tries to resurrect Mary, bring her back to life, and you don't see the aftermath. But nothing about that ending feels particularly good. It's all just very ominous. Let's turn the subtitles on. Okay. Off. Subtitle names off. But yeah, the withering flowers, the decay, makes me think of Mary. You know, like the idealized memory of Mary is associated quite a lot with like nature and flowers and these very vibrant feminine images and colors. And then later, she becomes associated with decay and rot and sickness, and all these ideas kind of transform into decay and whatnot. I think it's kind of fitting that we get to come in here and see all of this with the flowers. Jesus Christ. Any thoughts on the strange photos? No, I'm not sure. I'm assuming the photos are going to tie into one of the optional endings. But yeah, make sure you don't say anything or reveal anything about what they are. But it definitely seems like they're significant due to the numbers on the back. Maybe not. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the numbers are all just to... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. That reminds me. Do I still have... Oh! I thought on NG Plus maybe I would still have the pictures. I thought maybe it would save the ones that I already collected. Oh, fuck. I'm going to have to find them all again if I want to find them all. Damn. Oh yeah, the video in the background is way less pronounced here as well. Going forward, do I want 0 help if an item is missed? If I'm about to go past a point of no return where I'm about to miss those photographs, you can tell me. You can tell me. I think I'm okay with a little bit of help when it comes to the photographs. Michi with the 7. Thank you very much. I'm glad you like the Silent Hill. It can be really exhausting playing this. I was already feeling kind of exhausted before I triggered the scene with Angela earlier. With just the amount. I do a lot of yapping. I feel the need to yap constantly playing this. I'm sorry if it's a bit too much at times. Sometimes it's a bit too much even for me, but I can't help it. I'm just exploding with opinions. Okay. I'm glad you enjoy it, JMP.
More of that stuff.
Okay. I'm not sorry. I actually am sometimes. Like, sometimes I even annoy myself with the amount of yapping I feel the need to do. I remember on my first playthrough, I thought this part of the game was more open than it actually is, but it's actually very similar to the original, where you're very much railroaded up until your first encounter with the lying figure. It was just kind of disorienting that it happens in a different way compared to the original. How you go in the opposite direction. It's quite effective, I think, in that regard, just how they throw original players off and give you the feeling that it's something new in a different way, where they remix the paths and stuff that you take. What's the deal with the walls? This is one of the new visuals in this that I really like, because they look like bed sheets to me. In the original, this looked just more like standard construction stuff, you know, sheeting, random, you know, just like more logical construction sheeting. But here it looks, they look like bed sheets to me. And it just kind of gives it a surreal quality without feeling too on the nose, I think. You might think, when you say it out loud, it's like, oh, Mary's bed sheets, isn't that a bit much? But I feel like it's still, with the way it's depicted here, I think it has a nice quality to it. It has has a nice surreal look about it. It's just tarp in the OG, yeah. Gonzalez, Mexican restaurant. Just really struck by how similar a lot of this looks to the original. Like just the exact look of the buildings and the colors. But yeah, if I'm about to miss a photograph, whoa, you can tell me. Anything else, just let me miss it.
Hey, wait.
Just watch you talk about this on the Marathon Silent Hill 2 stream. Oh, hold on. Right, you didn't remember the name and someone said tarp? Yeah, I always forget what you call that stuff. JMP, I mean, I'll make sure to ask as well regarding the photographs, I'm sure, when I'm about to exit an area. But it's okay, I'm fine if I miss it. Love the way the houses look here. Again, each house here I think just looks, you know, it stands on its own. No copy paste. Everything has a unique look. Everything is grimy and decayed in its own specific way. Ooh, that one looks... Yeah, that one looks really run down. And then we come to where the road is destroyed here, and this one is completely toppled. Hey, Snake, I'm glad the game is running for you better now. I know you're having a frustrating time with it. I'm glad I chose console as my first playthrough. Seems like it's the safest bet for now. So here we get another memory of the path that originally led up to the lying figure. Yeah. Because in the original, it would be this road that leads up. The blood again. The uprooted tree here. Just so many nice little touches. I try any of the unlocked graphic modes? I did when I was playing a bit of the game off stream. I wasn't really crazy about the VHS and the CRT modes. The effects just seemed way too pronounced, where it just felt like more of a gimmick rather than something that really felt like a CRT. Take another look at them here. But, like, this VHS... that's just, I don't know, that's just, it's way too much. It just doesn't really feel authentic to me. Old CRT. Nah. Those lines running down it are way too much. You like it? I don't know. For me, it's a bit too pronounced. I didn't look at this. Pixelated. Oh. Okay. Potato PC mode. This was your favorite? Yeah, I think this might be my favorite. Again, maybe a bit too gimmicky for me to do like a full playthrough like this, but it does actually have a bit of a look about it. I feel like this might remind me more of the CRT experience than the CRT mode. Yeah, I kind of like that. I wish they would add a film grain effect for the standard version of the game. Like, I think if you play with the 90s filter, it adds a bit of film grain. I wish that the film grain was just something you could add to any of the modes. I'm gonna go back to the original. Oh, did he take that out automatically? Revs up the chainsaw. Hello? His body is doing one thing and his mind is doing the other. That's funny. You all right there, James? Now we're really seeing James's dissociative disorder. Of all the detail in these gardens, the deck chairs, the garden chairs. Okay, if I missed a photograph back there, you can tell me. I just can't not play this game like a snail. Doesn't matter if it's my second playthrough. It's probably not going to matter if it's my third, fourth, or fifth playthrough. Well, maybe when we get to third, fourth, and fifth, I'll start to be playing a little bit faster, but I still feel like I need to stop and look at everything. Okay. Okay, I can't wait to see how good the chainsaw is. Ooh. Nice. The flowers mixed in with the decay. The repulsion and attraction. They need a setting to turn down this initial red glare. What do you mean? Like the light that actually emanates from the save points themselves? I really like that. I really like the save point visuals in general. You know, being the screen where we're looking from the perspective of the save point. You know, sometimes we'll be looking up at James if it's down on a table that he's looking down on, or if it's like slightly above him. I like what they do with the save point in this. And the light that we get from it. When you first go in to save, kind of messes with your eyes a bit. Okay, okay. But yeah, the save points always stood out in a mysterious way in the original as well. So it's just cool to see them actually give the save points this kind of attention again. It's really nice. 9:10 and 15 seconds. Ten past 9 and 15 seconds. Okay, 2 clocks in this room. Newspaper up on this wall. That's the puzzle. Every clock in the game is stuck at 9:10. Which makes the time feel even more significant in this. You know, in the original, people had theorized that that was the moment of Mary's death. But in the original, you only ever see it for that one puzzle. It's not a recurring detail in the original, where you keep seeing clocks with 9:10. You just get the one puzzle. I don't want you in my life at all, Ronald. Leave me alone.
Stay back.
Right. So are we gonna have to... What a dodge from the lying figure. Okay, so if we have the chainsaw, it seems like we don't get the stomp at all.
Is this what I saw in the fog? Whatever it is, it's not human.
Oh, he stands with it in one hand, with one hand again. That idle animation is just like the original. Something tells me we're not going to get the scream. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Okay, so for all you Silent Hill 2 babies who have never played the original, pay attention to this next scene with the radio. If you listen very, very carefully and look at the subtitles, you can actually hear Mary say, "Why did you kill me?" It's less pronounced in the remake than it is in the original. But I think you can still hear it just about. You'll hear it when I go outside. You fucking lunatic, James. Waiting for you. Why'd you kill me? If you look at the subtitles there, you can see it says, you can hear her say why. And in the subtitles it says, "Did you cut?" And you see the start of the word kill. But it's very, very much obscured. Even more so in this than in the original. In the original, the subtitles are written in the same way, but you can hear her say, "Kill me," a lot more. And once you hear it in the original, it's kind of like, wow, how did I ever miss that? But no one ever picks up on it the first time. I feel like these devs did watch 100% playthroughs of the original. Oh, I would hope that they were fucking fans of the original. I think many people on the team were also big Silent Hill 2 fans. You know, and it feels like a loving tribute from Silent Hill 2 fans. But yeah, I would imagine they probably did watch other people's plays. Hey, what's up, Dave? Welcome back.
Where are you, Mary?
I did see some stuff in the apartments that really made me wonder if the devs were watching my in-depth playthroughs. There's one thing in particular that I used to always ramble about that they turn into more of a concrete idea. And we'll talk about that when we get there. But that's just me having an ego, I think. I doubt they've included... I doubt they expanded on this idea because of my playthroughs. I'll talk about it when I get there, Dave, when we get to the apartments. I'm only half serious anyway. Nice music here. Did you see the VV4 in the safe room? Are you fucking serious, Nico? They didn't put VV4 in the fucking safe room, did they? You're not, that would have been amazing if they snuck in VV4.
Is that?
Matchbook. Bar Neely's. Close cover before striking. Yeah, so in this Neely's bar is a place that we have to go to. In the original, it's totally optional. But they, the town is more of a major area in this before the apartments. We have to do more puzzle solving. If you're reading this, leave. If you're reading this, leave. This place is not what it seems. Sometimes you just have to look behind. Run away, run away, run away, run away, run away, run away. This is very similar to one of the tutorial notes in the original game. Except in the original game, this run away, run away, run away thing ties in with another few notes that you find beside this note, which gives you little tutorials for how to deal with monsters. And the run away is there to, as a tip for how to deal with monsters, essentially telling you that you should run from monsters more than you should fight them. But here, it doesn't feel as much of a tutorial. But we do still get some of those tutorial type notes later. This feels like a blooberism. This one doesn't bother me so much. And again, I think it's playing off one of the original notes in an interesting way. But yeah, we'll definitely be getting to some of the blooberisms later that do feel a little bit out of place to me. And some of the stuff in the town feels a little bit on the nose. Some of the stuff in the shops. Yeah, running away from monsters, I guess, in general, isn't as... yeah, you can't run away from them as much in this. So I guess it would make sense that they repurpose that note as more of like a lore note rather than a gameplay tutorial. Though, I think avoiding enemies is still a good idea in the town section. Or you feel like you have more of an incentive to avoid them when you're out in the town. You have more space to work with. NG Plus, the leave ending was the ending that I got on my first playthrough, which is the one that I was aiming for. I was happy about that. And yeah, now I'm going through NG Plus. Maybe we'll get some new endings, some blooper endings. I know that they added 2 new endings that weren't in the original. Maybe we'll see if we can get one of those, or maybe the rebirth ending. We already found one of the rebirth items, which was almost the opposite of the original game, whereas in the original you get the Crimson Ceremony book as the last rebirth item. Here you get it as the first, which was an interesting little twist. Leave ending was really well delivered, in my opinion. Was nice to see that. Yeah, I thought the scene, the bedside scene, was beautifully done. I preferred the direction of the original with regards to the letter, but I still thought the letter was very nicely done. And even though I didn't prefer the use of music in the remake, particularly rewatching it, it kind of grew on me a bit more. I prefer just the raw reading of the letter without any music, but that new Yamaoka piece that plays during the leave ending is still beautiful. It's a really nice piece of music that plays during it. Yeah, the music grew on me. Again, the montage of images where it's like James is leaving the town and you're seeing all these different shots of the town. I could have done without that as well. A bit distracting. Like, I feel like the focus just should be on the letter, on the words entirely. I don't really want my attention veering away from the letter during that. So yeah, I definitely prefer the original, but it's still not bad. It was still good, you know. It still hit the feels. But yeah, I'm really curious to see the other renditions of the ending. The shot of the strip bar made me laugh. The shot of I love groovy music. Do I really need to be seeing the words I love groovy music while I'm listening to Mary's letter? You know? All right. Jesus Christ. Right, you struggling there? Yeah, you never played NG Plus at all in Silent Hill 2, right, Dave? You just did that one playthrough. Yeah, this is an NG Plus weapon in the original game as well. Let me just stop here for a second. Oh, the pose! Oh, wow, he really poses with it. Do it! Ah! In the original game, he screams like a madman if there are enemies around and you just stand idly with the chainsaw. Don't spoil it if he does it here. Hold on, let me see if I can find another lying figure real quick. Okay. Ah, there he just puts it away. He didn't even get the idle animation. No? Damn. Alright, let me try pressing some other buttons. Fuck. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna ask. Heinous, anyone can answer. Is it possible to get James to scream with the chainsaw? It is! Okay, don't say how you do it. Okay, hold on. Okay, fuck it. Heinous, just tell me how to do it. No one's gonna tell me? Approach enemies until James takes out the chainsaw and just stop moving. Okay, so it is more or less the same strat. You just stop moving with the chainsaw. That's what I did with this last lying figure, I thought. You know, I approached him. Maybe I manually took out the chainsaw beforehand, and that's... wait, hold on. I need to equip it again, don't I? Okay. Okay. Original James shits all over this, but that's still kind of funny. It's not much of a scream. Yeah, it's more just kind of frustration. Oh, I'm angry. Grr. Okay, let's go back into Cafe Texan here. I like the detail here with the cans outside. So many nice little touches like that we get in this. Look at this gorgeous place. We got our beers here. Pale Peaks, is it? Pale Peaks, Toluca Light, Keswick Pride, and the best one, Jacob's Lager. Is Jacob's Lager even in this one? I'm not sure if it is. Red Velvet, Leonidas. Oh yeah, there's Jacob's Lager beside Keswick. Were those names in the original? No, no. None of these things were in the original. But it's still paying homage to the things that influenced the original, which by extension influenced the remake, the film Jacob's Ladder, Blue Velvet. You get very direct homages to those two films in this as well. James hiding in the closet is just like Jeffrey hiding in the closet in Blue Velvet. And the otherworld transition scene in the hospital where it's like you're on a hospital gurney being pushed through the rooms in the hospital, that's straight out of Jacob's Ladder. Come here, you little shit. Dab. Let's go back to the plank for a bit. That weapon's pretty OP. I guess there's a lot more than that that's directly referencing Jacob's Ladder. There's a lot of heavy Jacob's Ladder stuff in Silent Hill 2. Right down to the character's initials and the green jacket. Jacob Singer, isn't that his name? Jacob Singer? James Sunderland. Past 9. Spill the beans over an honest cup of coffee. Enjoy the moment. Enjoy the memories. Cherry pie. Little touches like this are really nice as well. The Texan writing on this like it's the Texan Cafe's delivery car. Gentleman's style. Something that you're really not going to pick up on here as a first-time player. But if you're a hardcore, obsessive Silent Hill 2 OG fan, you might know about the allusion to Pyramid Head here. That's what this is alluding to here. Pyramid Head's great knife is 1/2 of a scissor blade. I saw him again, or at least I think so. He says he didn't, but I don't know anymore. I'm tired. Can't find it. Doesn't matter. That scraping noise again. So yeah, early little allusion to Pyramid Head and how he's tied to scissors symbolically. I think that's the only thing we get in there. Andy's bookstore. Yeah. Love the sound. I was expecting to have to do something with this on my first playthrough, I remember. I thought I'd be coming back here and that this was going to be some kind of puzzle item, but... What are we looking at here? Bloody bed sheets? Little allusions to Mary, perhaps? And then up here, we maybe get something a bit more on the nose. Wash away the stains of yesterday. Super strong, super clean. And I guess you might tie this in with the bed sheets that you see draped in the town. Main news. It's interesting as well that they just straight up refer to the town as existing in Maine. Whereas in the originals, you never got that kind of confirmation regarding where the town was. But it was heavily inspired by Maine. T's Italian restaurant. Hey, what's up, Iron Arcus? Martian, good to see you. Yeah, apparently a lot of the stuff in the environments in this really does look like certain areas in Maine. Ooh, is that something about the Woodside Apartments? Woodside Apartments, severely flooded. Oh, that's a nice touch. I didn't see that last time. Though in the original, it's the Blue Creek Apartments that are flooded. More so than the Woodside Apartments. Silent Hill Auto Parts. Baby and Kids Superstore. The logo and the sign, note for note, the same as the original. I remember finding one of the photographs over here. I've been happy. 6. Okay, I have a question. Can I find photographs 1 to 5 before the apartments, just scattered around the town? Heinous? I thought I had to be careful regarding the range there, so I tried to get him from a bit further back. Only found 2 or 3 before Woodside. Only 2 before the apartments. I know where the other one is then. Okay. I think I must have found both of those on my first play as well. Don't drag your heels. Hit the dance floor. No partner, no problem. Singles will pair you up. And a photograph there. A man and a woman silhouetted as if they're dancing, I guess, or about to dance. Kind of feels like an allusion to the mannequins. The mannequins kind of have that ballerina feel to them almost, I think. Makes me think of what Mrs. Wex was theorizing about. Mrs. Wexford on Discord was mentioning that the story of Silent Hill 2 has a lot of parallels to the ballet Swan Lake, and how Swan Lake has many different endings. Many different possible endings, which I thought was interesting. The remake here as well does focus more on Mary and James as birds as well. We get way more bird symbolism in this, and swan symbolism specifically later. So maybe that was an idea they had. I don't know. Mrs. Wex wasn't sure that it was like an intentional parallel or anything, but just that it was interesting, some of the similarities between the story of Silent Hill 2 and the story of Swan Lake. Let's see if I can stealth this one here. Ah! Nope. Oh, you bitch. Damn, he's puking up a storm here. Jesus. Post office looks great here. And right beside it, it's a little bit further away in the original, magical envelopes. The visual of the sign is the exact same. Fashion. Fashion envelopes. Huh. Bit on the nose. I don't know. I kind of like this. I guess it's a bit more obvious because it's closer than in the original, but it's still something that you're only really gonna notice on repeat playthroughs, I think. But yeah, maybe they shouldn't have put it this close to the post office or something. I guess there's a higher chance that new players will see this in the remake as well, whereas in the original with the fixed cameras, you kind of have to go maybe a bit more out of your way to even see that this is here in the town. In the original, you have less of a reason to explore the town generally as well, so the little touches in the environment aren't going to stand out as much generally. But I still like that this is here. I don't think it's too much. Let's see. And again, you know, first-time players, chances are they're not even going to notice the letter thing. Maybe some of them will check the letter at the end of the game, but that's still stuff that's quite obscured, I would say. Whoa, hello. Checked from 0000 to 4013. Took almost 2 hours. Had to run. Checked from 4014 to 4439. Had to run again. I feel like I'm so close now, I just know it. This was a really nice new memo, I thought. And that felt really in line with the original game and the kind of mad characters that you would read about occasionally in the original game. And just kind of a clever little puzzle, I thought, as well. I like how you have to follow in this guy's footsteps and then just guess, hope that the next few numbers will land on the correct number. It seems like on normal riddle, you just, maybe we just have to find the one note. We don't have to find several of them. You will see, sooner or later, you will see. Another allusion to Pyramid Head here. And an impressionistic little scribble of Pyramid Head here. He isn't fully formed yet. Okay. That's his son. Okay. Again, another place that we never get to go into in the original. Happy Burger. This guy springs to life in a second, I think. I wonder if I can avoid that entirely if I just smack him here. Ah! Fuck. If I got back to him in time, he wouldn't have gotten up there. Is it possible to switch to the chainsaw without having to open up the menu? You have to open up the menu? Okay, okay. Ooh, that might have been a waste, actually. Oh, is NG Plus harder? No, no. If anything, it's easier because you get unlockable cheat weapons which can one-shot the enemies. But no, you don't unlock any new action difficulties. That would also be a nice new unlock. Be cool if you unlocked like very hard or something, but I doubt it. What differentiates NG Plus, if you're not familiar with Silent Hill 2 generally? is that you get lots of new endings. There are, even more so in this remake, there are 8 endings in the game. And a couple of them you can only get on NG+. I'm not sure how many are exclusive to NG+ in this, but yeah. Feel the craving? You just can't help it? Go for it. Happy Burger. What you need is what you get. On the run, grab something to go. This makes me think of Eddie. He feels like the character that's most, you know, he's on the run, you know? I thought you said the cops were after you. And of course, Eddie has an association with fast food. Fun little way to do gameplay advice as well. Okay. Funny you say that? Why? The Eddie van has a burger. Oh, yeah, I saw that. I was talking about that at the start of the playthrough. I don't think I noticed the burger carton, but it does have the drink carton on the dashboard. But yeah, maybe you can see the burger as well. But I mean, even aside from that, you know, we always have this association with Eddie and the pizza, the bucket of ice cream in this. He has this big insecurity with his weight and how he looks. Oh, it's in the passenger seat. Okay, okay. Is it Happy Burger as well? Can you see the Happy Burger brand? Kent Shoes. I love that we can see behind the cracks here and, you know, the scaffolding and everything. I was saying that it reminded me quite a bit of Siren. And how the Shibito are sort of construction workers in that game, building the other world. Alright, come on, give me the stealth kill. Yes! It is Happy Burger branded? Okay. Yeah, that's the apartment building we go into, looking incredibly battered and run down. Auto parts again. Love the detail on some of these notes. How we can see the faded X's and little details on the other side here. Very much like the Neely's Bar note that you get in the original too, that shows you all of the key places that you should be thinking about before you go to the apartments. Another James body here, you would think. I'll write down what I've learned so far. Maybe it'll help you somehow. If you're reading this, I'm probably dead. So this is very similar to the note that you get in the original, the tutorial notes, beside the dead body. This is where you would get the run away, run away, run away note in the original, urging you, giving you a little gameplay tip. It seems like they're attracted to light. Louder sounds as well. If you want to survive, stay in the dark, stay quiet. Probably won't save you anyway. In the original, the notes here, it's on a different street, but in the original, the guy talks about the nature of the monsters too in these notes. He says, I saw that thing, but my friend says he didn't see anything. Does it mean that that creature that ate human beings was in my mind? If it does, then I'm truly beyond all hope. It says something along those lines. It's better written than that. But, yeah, it's, the guy writing the note is talking about these monsters that he sees, and that how his friend isn't seeing them at all. It gives you that suggestion early on that these monsters are, you know, coming from James's mind. And that what James sees, another person may not be able to see. Oh, the range on that! Got another one here. They can be killed. Just make sure they stay down. Yeah, JMP. I feel like they usually don't cover that much ground with the puke. The mobile home here feels a little bit more normal compared to the original. In the original, it kind of has a weirder, more surreal feeling, and you have like a strange picture at the back. This place, all it's ever brought me is pain and misery. What do I feel about the enemies resurrecting? I think I'm kind of okay with it from like a story perspective. I don't know, I didn't really think about it much. It mainly just from like a gameplay scenario perspective. I think that's maybe where I have some issues with it, because you generally see it during those like enemy gauntlet dead spacey sections in the game, which just really don't feel all that Silent Hill to me. Like at the end of the labyrinth, I wasn't super crazy about that last area in the labyrinth where you're going through enemy gauntlets and where they're like repeatedly resurrecting. But I don't know, that wasn't really due to the lore or anything. It was like, it just kind of felt a bit weird to have a section like that in a Silent Hill game. And maybe the sequence after that, before you see Maria dead in the labyrinth, where you're running through that hallway, like that kind of scripted action sequence where Pyramid Head appears again in the skinny hallway. That stuff I thought kind of reminded me a little bit of like Downpour Homecoming type stuff. Like kind of overly on rails set piecey sequences that maybe feel a bit too gimmicky. But it really wasn't that bad. You know, it would like it wasn't homecoming tier, downpour tier, but it was kind of like pushing in that direction a little bit, where it was feeling like a little bit too on rails, cinematic-y kind of thing. Cinematic-y. Also had one in the apartments that resurrected every time I went into the room, the lobby area. Yeah, maybe there are some details regarding the resurrection and stuff like that that I don't understand yet, because I did notice some things, weird things like that during the playthrough, where it was kind of random how one of them or two of them would keep resurrecting. Yeah, so I'm not really sure what the deal is with that. It felt pretty... Yeah, it didn't feel like they overdid the resurrection thing generally over the course of the game. I thought it was fairly effective for the most part, gameplay-wise. Like, it would take you by surprise, and it would kind of confuse you in a cool way. Alright, so we pick up this map. It marks some locations that we should check out. The Saul Street apartments, Neely's bar, groovy music. We check out the Saul Street apartments. Ooh, a shard. This particular breathy crackle that you get on the radio, does this only appear for like, is this random, or does this appear for like certain types of enemies? You know, sometimes you get this very unnerving crackle on the radio, this breathy crackle that feels kind of PT-esque. Is this for like specific sequences, or is it just more of a random thing? Sometimes you get it and sometimes you don't. Heinous, by the way, if anyone knows. That's okay to talk about. Just distance based. Maybe you only hear the crackle when you're like when you're far away. It's a nice new effective radio sound. Feels very PT. I miss the unicyclist creepers from the original. If you never played the original, those little scarab things, those were unicyclists in the original game. They were these little circus creatures, symbolizing James's fear of clowns and the circus. No, I'm not being serious, but they did have this funny little kind of cycling sound. I used to always imagine them as little unicyclists. I'm playing with the radio on. I'm better than that. No. No, I've never given any shits about, like, turning off the radio to add a challenge. I'm all about the vibes when I'm playing Silent Hill, generally. You know, I really like the effects that the radio have in this, so I think I'm going to leave them on. Leave it on. And maybe, though, sometime down the line, maybe we'll do a playthrough without the radio. Because, yeah, we might get some extra... Might get some scares that we wouldn't normally get. I might get surprised more by the enemies. He just wants me to get a trophy. Oh, is there a trophy for doing a playthrough without the radio? Or is there you get a trophy just for turning it off? Apartment number 5. Apartment 5 left his key. Says there's a leak from upstairs. Gotta check it out. Yeah, there's some nasty stuff going on in one of this guy's rooms. This guy seems to be like the main character of this town section. It seems like all of the memos... You know, the whole jukebox puzzle revolves around this guy. And he seems to be one of these characters, kind of like Joseph in the original game, who's supposed to parallel James. At least that's the impression I got. I think we get, like, fairly heavy hints as well that this guy is the Neely's Bar janitor. This guy living in apartment number 5. I think part of his story focuses on his relationship with some woman. Something happens to him. He says that he desperately needs to leave town. He has an attachment to the vinyl record. He destroys the vinyl record in a drunken rage and then desperately tries to put it back together again, tries to fix it. And then it just so happens that the music playing on this vinyl record has really deep significance to James and his memory and his relationship too. So yeah, it kind of feels like this guy is supposed to parallel James and what happened with James. At least that's the impression I got. I didn't really pay attention to all of the details regarding this guy, but he kind of seems like a Joseph Barkin-esque character, or maybe Walter Sullivan-esque character. These other people that are kind of supposed to tell you things about who James might be and what happened with him.
Huh.
Yeah, and all these drugs. I'm not familiar with any of these names. Is there a common theme here regarding these drugs? That's a lot of money. $451. Can we unlock it from this side? No. Kind of interesting. The apartment's directly connected to this little pharmacy here. Does the landlord also run a pharmacy? Slightly changed names of cancer medication. Maybe the same kind of stuff that Mary was on. I think number 5 is the only one. Oh! Ooh, have I been in here? That's nice. I'm not sure if I've been in here. Ooh. I'm certain now it's coming from that apartment upstairs. I keep telling them. Something scribbled out. Why won't they do something? It's unbearable. I can feel it seeping into my skin, pushing itself into my lungs. Nice orange. More Linkin Park. Ugh. That orange is really nice. Okay. Okay. So here we are in number 5's apartment. You'd be surprised. Huh, I don't remember seeing that poster anywhere else. Yeah, so we don't just go into number 5's apartment, but the thing that's like leaking through up above is still being blamed on this guy in number 5. Apartment 5 left his key. Says there's a leak from upstairs. Gotta check it out. Oh no, so it's the guy living in apartment 5 who's reporting on this leak in another room. Okay, okay. I'm certain now it's coming from that apartment. I keep telling them, why won't they do something? It's unbearable. I can feel it seeping into my skin, pushing itself into my lungs. Okay. But this one was from another one of the tenants. Next to number 5. Okay. And now we're going up to the source of where this thing is coming from. And then she came and washed it all away. It all started to make sense. If this place, it's this place. I can't fight it. Gotta get my head straight. Quick stop at Texan. Then we're going. Yeah, I think this is the guy who the same guy that destroyed the vinyl, who wanted to fix the vinyl. I think this is the janitor's apartment. I think we should get some more parallels to this note later. I think, anyway. Looks pretty close to the TV that you watch the tape on, doesn't it? Is that the same TV? I think you see a few different TV models over the course of the game. This one looks pretty similar to the hotel one. Hey, Billy? Ooh, there's the breath as well. People were saying that that breath that you hear throughout the game is this, you hear like significantly on this game's version of the tape. That little yeah. And here's the source of what they're all complaining about, these tenants. The abyss. I like that we don't get to actually see what's in there. Ooh, that's a nice bassy sound that we get coming in when we approach the hole. Again, some really nice stuff with the specific contextual sounds following in the shoes of the original. Yes, and of course here you get the jukebox button, so you get the pretty heavy connection between the guy and this apartment here. The one where you put your hand in the toilet was the one that creeped me out the most. The toilet is a really iconic scene from the original JMP. James putting his hand down the toilet. It's just one of those moments from... one of those beloved moments from the original. He doesn't put his hand in multiple holes like this, like he does in the remake. In the original, he only puts his hand in the butterfly hole, the hole in the moth room. I think generally I prefer how the original handles the toilet and the holes. In the original, you got cutscenes for those moments. You didn't have to repeatedly press X. And I can kind of see what they're going for here, trying to make it like put you in James's shoes a bit more, like you're the one doing it. But I don't know, I feel like I still found those scenes to be a bit more effective in the original. The original toilet scene as well, for me, the sound design just has to trump the remake. The sounds you get in the original for the toilet are so good. These really nasty, sludgy, suction-y kind of sounds. I didn't think the sound design was as good in the remake. But yeah, they're still fairly effective, nasty moments. In the original, when James puts his hand in the hole in the moth room as well, when he puts his hand in, He slowly puts his hand in, and then you get this controller vibration for the player, and James goes, he pulls his hand out, and you kind of get to feel what he's feeling due to the controller vibration. It's a really effective use of the controller vibration in the original that they don't really do in the remake, and I really like that part of how the OG does it. And yeah, I don't know. Cigarettes here. Oh, this is number 10. I wonder, is this the only apartment that looks burned here? Usually in this game it's just rot and decay and rust, but a couple of the areas are burned, which always makes me think of the hotel. I guess maybe stuff that's more directly associated with the truth and the tape. It's probably what they're doing here. If this is the same TV as the one in the hotel and we're getting all these burn marks. Could be Johnny's apartment. Oh, I like how he still has the black stain on his hand there. Hey, what's up, Ichiban? Oh, my black stain is gone. No chainsaw? Well, you wouldn't be seeing the chainsaw at all, even if I had it equipped. Because I haven't been close to enemies in the last 5 or 10 minutes. But yeah, no, I was using the chainsaw a little bit at the start. Then I switched back to the plank just to have a bit more of a challenge. But yeah, I took a look at the chainsaw earlier. Okay, into Bar Neely's. I remember Ichiban, yes. You said that you saw it though. The scream. I don't know what got into him. He just started smashing the thing. Had to throw him out. He ran off, cried he'd fix everything. I gathered up what I could. Still haven't found one of the buttons. Half the record is still lodged inside, but the other part's missing. Figure he must have taken it. Come to think of it, he did run towards Groovy. Anyway, maybe go check up on him, see if he's alright. He lives over at Saul, by the pharmacy, apartment 9. Oh, so yeah, they straight up tell you that he lives there, yeah. And then the note in Groovy Music tells us that this guy is the janitor who works at Neely's bar. Or the janitor that works somewhere. I think he works here. Okay, let's save. Funny little animation there with the dust getting in James's face. The letter I showed earlier with the scissors foreshadowing Pyramid Head, was that in the OG? Also, who left that letter? Or is it just James's head messing with him? No, that wasn't in the original. And who is the letter from a real person? Is it from James's mind? Is it half and half, where the town is taking something from the history of the town and it's just being warped by James's mind? I don't know. I don't know. I would say it's probably coming from James. But yeah, maybe it's taking something like Pyramid Head himself. Maybe it's taking something from the actual history of the town and kind of reconfiguring it. Maybe it's James's mind warping something that is actually there. Broken vinyl record. Okay. There was a hole here. It's gone now. So this, of course, is in the original as well. One of the most, another one of the very iconic things from the original that people remember this message. Mainly just because of how perplexing and ambiguous it is. I think a lot of people interpreted that the bar was the hole, and that it was referring to James's alcoholism during Mary's illness, after Mary's death. That the drinking used to be James's escape. But not anymore. Okay, so we need to go up to Groovy Music, get another piece of this jukebox. James pulling some kind of cloth off. Yeah, I really like that presentation of puzzle items in this. Like the puzzle rooms in general, I really like how you often get them to like the softer, more melancholic, dreamy music in the big puzzle rooms. The derobing of the items. I quite like that. You know, it makes the items feel sacred or something. Yeah, like there's these kind of sacred relics. The new room with the coin puzzle is really nice. Just the lighting, the music in there, how ornate that new puzzle box looks. And probably my favorite reworking of a puzzle as well in the game as a whole. I don't think the Hanged Man puzzle tops the original one. Just in terms of the writing and the presentation and everything. But the coin puzzle, man, I think the coin puzzle might top the coin puzzle in the original. It's really nicely done. Is this a new playthrough? Yeah, like the title says, this is NG+. Joseph's box was nice. More than the presentation of the box, it was the presentation of the Lady of the Door that I really liked. How the empty box then triggered the reveal of the Lady of the Door. That was beautiful. Getting the elevator button out of the mouth of the Lady of the Door, that kind of imagery feels very in line with the original games. The repurposing of the memo on the wall beside the Lady of the Door, really nice. Maria's concerned comment about what the door is when you bring her back to the door, and the new scene of them walking through it, and that very ominous build-up, that was all really, really good stuff, I thought. One second, guys. The way James and Maria went through the door specifically, and James holding his hand out to Maria, that really reminded me of Twin Peaks: The Return, with Cooper and Laura at the end. Cooper as this knight guiding Laura back to her home. It kind of gave me a similar feeling. In Twin Peaks, that's playing off the Greek myth of, what is it, Orpheus and Persephone, with Orpheus guiding Persephone through the underworld. Like the hand-holding in some of those moments were supposed to be really alluding to that Greek myth. It made me wonder if that's what they were doing with that scene as well. James as this sort of false hero, you know, you'll be okay with me, just hold my hand. And then, of course, she is not okay with him at all. Oh, really, Dave? Yeah? Hey, what's up, Tornado? See a creeper here again? Do Laura's drawings mean something? It seems like in this they get fairly overt with some of the Laura drawings. Like you see, I think many of them are supposed to represent her and Mary, and then you have James as like this big bad wolf in a lot of the drawings. And the yeah, I think in Laura's drawings you see just her drawing herself and Mary as rabbits, and then James as like a big bad wolf. I didn't really pay close attention to all of Laura's drawings on my first playthrough. We'll do that a little bit more this time. The original game doesn't really do any of that stuff, like Laura depicting herself and James and Mary. She just draws pictures of cats and stuff. Yeah, I remember there was one with a bird as well. Ah! Now you really have to time it if you want to get the stealth kill. Oh man. Okay, okay. Go down! Quiet cocktails. Yeah, here's groovy music. Whoop. Let's see if I can bait them over here. No, James! The auto-targeting sometimes, man. Fuck. Nice. Vinyl glue. Okay. What are you looking at? Hey, nice. The janitor came in the other day, drunk and in tears. Had half a record with him. Kept yelling, we gotta fix it somehow. I was willing to do it, just to shut him up. So I got up to get the glue from the cabinet, but then he realized he only had the one half, so he ran out. Can't do much about the record. Maybe ask around at Neely's next time you're there. Might be one of theirs. Right, so the janitor was actually the janitor of Groovy Music. He was just drinking down at Neely's bar. Right, and that is the guy that lived in apartment number 9. Okay. What do we have here? Face the music. Find the melody of your dreams and kick up your heels. I think I missed this on my first time. You can barely see it here. Oh. Out of This World magazine, special issue. Alien device found in local store. Bizarre findings on roof of local building. Prehistoric creature spotted in local lake. Paranormal activity in local hotel. You gotta see it to believe it. Oh shit. Okay. big UFO ending hints here. This is telling us everything we need to know about the UFO ending, I think. Where we find the device to trigger the UFO ending, and then all of the places where we need to use the UFO ending. Maybe. We need to find the device in a local store. We need to use it on the roof of a local building. Maybe the apartments that we just came from, because we actually do go up on the roof of that apartment building. Then maybe we have to use it at Rosewater Park or around the lake somewhere. Maybe when we're in the boat. And then finally at the hotel. Maybe that's what we're seeing here. I don't think this was available to look at all on the first playthrough. Alien device found in local store. Okay, right, we need to find this device. Nobody say anything. Nobody say anything. No hints. Oh, fuck. Okay. We might be in town for a little bit longer. The door that wakes in darkness, opening into nightmares. Yeah, just like the original. Even the 2 bloodstains on the door, the handprints. Practically identical. Pretty trashed, the back of this place. Yeah, in the original game, you find the alien device right there in the first area of the game, in the bathroom. It's just there. You can pick it up easily. Here, we actually have to do a bit of exploration. Local store. Fuck me, where the hell could it be? Oh! Right here! Right here! Okay, that didn't take long. The blue gem! Okay. Did I just clap? I just smacked my leg. I gave my leg an excited slap. Ooh. Ooh. I don't think I've been in here. Pet shop. Oh! Dog ending. Dog ending. Dog ending. Except in the original game, you need to get all of the main endings before you can unlock the dog ending. Maybe it'll be different this time. We caught it near cats. We should have never brought it here. I don't know what to do. I know it's there, sitting and staring. Can't let it out. Can't walk away. Won't let me go. Don't look at it. Don't look at it in the eyes. Don't look it in the eyes. We caught it near cats. Cat Street. It would seem that it would, you know, make sense that they're talking about some dog. Some very scary dog. Chicken meal for your dog. Give a gift to your friend. Oh! Broken key part. Okay. We are getting dog ending stuff. Right. So maybe we will be able to get the dog ending in our second playthrough. That bear reminds me more of Laura's OG bears. The original game bears that she plays with. You know, in the hospital scene, how she has like lots of different little bears. I think in the I think in the remake she only has one. Okay, so I guess we'll go to Cat Street and see if we can find any more pieces of this key. He got up. Oh, are you getting up too? Well, we don't need to worry about these lying figures anyway. Hey, Nico, did you miss the dog key on your second run as well? You got the dog key. Is the UFO stuff that you missed? You got the dog ending and oh, you got rebirth as well. Oh yeah, of course. You don't need the gem for rebirth. Okay, let's go down to the rooftops as well. See if we can get our first UFO scene. Ah, you bitch! No! Ah, hello. What are they? I shouldn't go through. I don't know why. I don't know why I won't. They don't stink, but it feels like they do. No smell at all. Oh, yeah, no, I remember finding this on the first playthrough as well. Again, things hinting at the nature of the monsters. Stay down! Memory of the original again, because this is where the note would be in the original. So many people here. I found this one kind of creepy. One. Okay, so I'm gonna ask, Heinous, these are the only two that you can find up to this point before you go into the apartments? Heinous, correct? The original garbage chute where you would get the coin in the original and the Walter Sullivan memo. We got Texan Cafe. We gotta leave. Meet me there. I'm assuming this is, again, the janitor. he spoke in the one of the other notes about needing to leave town with this other woman, I think. Oh, nice. Huh, this message about Cat Street. Oh, maybe it wasn't a... Maybe I didn't pick it up as a memo. It said something about some... finding some dog on Cat Street. Finding something there. We caught it near cats, right. Hold on, let's do the thing here. One half of a broken key. Someone left it in Pet Center. Fuck, where is it? Small note. Here it is. Yeah, I think on a hard riddle I had to find 2 separate notes. Checked from 4014 to 4439. I had to run again. Okay, so 4439. I think it was 4442 or something. Four, 444. Okay. I think I remember this, finding the first handgun ammo here. Yeah, I don't remember really finding all that much here. I remember thinking it must have been something more significant. Ooh, maybe I didn't find that ammo. This really makes me think of the pet store in Silent Hill 4. Just the type of shelves, the way everything is laid out. Okay, nice. The sounds, yeah, this track is almost the exact same as the original. Slightly remixed. Okay. UFO time. Let's see. This is the only fucking rooftop I can think of. Yeah. Okay, okay, they really give you a pretty heavy hint if you're in the right spot. Oh, and then it just fades. Okay, okay. Nice, nice. Let's do it. Oh. Oh. Well, maybe that was it. Maybe. I was hoping to get like a little scene, you know, where we saw. You know, a little UFO in the sky. I guess we'll just be getting one scene at the end. Heinous, I'll ask. I'm assuming that's all I needed to do there. Is that correct? Heinous? Yeah, I'm assuming that's all I need to do here. Just take it out and get that little thing. According to some Bloob devs, they pulled a few samples from the Konami libraries to recreate some background music and remix them. I was wondering about that. You know, if... I had a feeling that some of it was probably reworked by Bloober themselves, that it wasn't just Yamaoka sending in new tracks. That's interesting. So, some of the music is remixed by Bloober, and some of it is totally reworked by Yamaoka. They did a really good job with some of the Yamaoka edits. Yeah, I'm getting no more disturbances from this thing, so I'd imagine that's it. Okay, I'm satisfied with that. I think we've done what we needed to do here. When I took it out the first time, I thought, oh, like the light looks like it's pointing in this direction. Maybe I need to be looking in this direction. Maybe I missed a UFO in the sky. Yeah, okay, I'm happy with that. Okay, The Long Way Home. Does it say in red text? Just all rights and, you know, copyright rights stuff prohibited. And then at the end, made in hell. The Long Way Home. I love groovy music. Produced by A. Conroy. Published by I Love Groovy Music Productions. And on this record, we have the theme Magdalene, or some kind of variation on Magdalene from the original game, which plays after Maria's death in the hospital. Okay, okay. So... Ooh, right. I don't get to take that UFO memo with me. I might go back up and just jot that down. And then take another look at in Cat Street. And then I think we'll go back to the jukebox and we'll head to the apartments. This is not where I found the... Oh, wait, no, it was over here, right? Bizarre findings on roof of local building. Prehistoric creature spotted in local lake. Right, that'll probably be Rosewater Park. Paranormal activity in local hotel. Okay, I don't think I need to write this down. I think I'll be good. I think I'll remember. I screen capped it if needed. Okay, okay. Let me take another look at the note over here as well. Not used to hearing this theme. We caught it near cats. We should have never brought it here. I don't know what to do. Near cats. Nothing else here. Strange looking picture. Ah. Oh. Nice. Oh, I don't remember this. Your new best friend. In the end, only a four-legged friend can truly help you make sense of things. Review the best stores for doggy accessories. Part 4. Find the perfect dog house for your furry friend. Meet the cutest, cuddliest good boys around. Page 34. Huh. So again, little hints about how to trigger the dog ending. Find the store where we already went, you know, we went to the store and we found the thing. Find the perfect dog house. That's where you find the key in the original. You find the key at a dog house. And then eventually at the end of the game, you get to meet the dog. Page 4, page 17, page 34. I wonder if he'll be in the same room in the hotel, you know, near Mary's room. Mary and James's room. That man was here again. I told him he'd been warned not to come here. He acted like he didn't know what I was talking about. Anyway, he got up and left. He didn't make any sort of fuss, but there's something about him that gives me the creeps. When I look at his face, it's like I'm staring at a mask, and there's something underneath waiting to get out. I don't want to be there when that happens. Will Buff James make an appearance? Oh my god, yeah, the whole montage that you get in the dog ending. Okay. Well, they're probably not gonna put the doghouse here. Near cats. Near cats. Oh. That could be a picture of a dog. Maybe we'll have to come back to cats in the other world version of the town. Maybe that's what it'll be. Be kind of weird if they gave us all of the dog stuff right now as well. Okay, I think I'm happy with what I've found so far relating to the dog ending. If I've missed something, I'm happy to miss something. Seems like a lot of them in the town can resurrect. Yeah, the only thing I think you missed is the new dog thing, Storm. If you missed anything at all, you saw that? Okay. Yeah, I think I'm happy with what I've done here. Well. Let's save. There we go. No. There we go. Are we going through with an even finer tooth comb? maybe not, but we're on NG Plus, so I'm looking for, you know, all the new stuff, all the new NG Plus stuff. Seeing how the rebirth ending works in this, seeing how the dog ending works in this, looking for new endings, because this version, this remake does have some new endings. But yeah, it'll also be another pretty slow playthrough on top of that, I would say, because I'm also curious just to see the game again. So it will be another slow play. I'm probably won't go as hard on the game, though. You know, we might mix it up with some other stuff. I might start up my Ballad of Gay Tony run. Get back to Splinter Cell as well, because I do want to keep going with the subathon stuff soon, or, you know, the rest of the subathon goals. I want to make sure to do that this month. Don't want to leave that stuff hanging. Jukebox button. Oh yeah, the coin.
Park on the lake. We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us staring at the water.
Neely's Bar Key. Have I checked the art book? Yeah, I looked at the art that was included with the deluxe edition stuff. That's all I've seen. Yeah, I think I still prefer this as a part of the original monologue in the original game, but I don't think this is a bad change either. I like the shots of Rosewater Park combined with the music. Still has a nice melancholic feel. The shot of Mary's hand on the rail is nice, I think. Butterfly, moth. Suck on my big hairy balls. Suck on my big hairy balls. My balls. My balls. My balls. My balls. Do 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 do. I think this is the only theme that I've sung the hairy balls over. As I keep saying, enjoy it when you get it in Silent Hill 2. Because usually You know, I don't like corrupting Silent Hill 2 like this. Even when it's a remake. Even when it's not the real thing. I still can't. Mr. Man just said it. He came back after you left. It's fine. He didn't try anything. He just seemed sad. Mumbled something about getting out of town with someone. I wasn't going to let him drive in his condition, so I locked him out. His car should be out back. Maybe check if it's still there by morning. It's the greenish-blue one. Plate number ending with 06, I think. Yeah, so this ties in nicely, I think, with the note that we just saw outside of Woodside. His message to this person that he wants to leave with. We also had this other reference of him, you know, wanting to get out of town with someone else. Yeah, they really portray this guy as a kind of Joseph character, paralleling James. The car as well that we go up to, very much like James's car. Okay. Oh yeah, this next sequence as well, I think was something that a lot of people were very mixed on. It didn't bother me the windy sequence coming up, but I remember I was watching Enigma play this, and he said that he fucking hated this because the wind sequence doesn't stop. If you do this and you still want to explore the town, that it's just a pain in the balls because you have to explore the town, and that sequence never ends. So if you haven't done all of your exploration before this point, you really feel like the game is just trying to rush you over to the apartments a bit too much, you know, because the little hurricane will not stop. But thankfully, when I got to this sequence, I was already pretty satisfied with the exploration I had done. And it respawns enemies all the time around James. Yeah, that's rough. Maybe not the best idea. Seems like generally in the town here they respawn quite a bit. Those ones earlier for me were reviving. It's cool how they crawl up around the walls. Ba, 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 da, ba, ba, da. Not sure why they even included it, like they feared the pacing is too slow. Yeah, like they felt the need to get a bit more, like, bring a bit more urgency into it. Guess it feels more action-y. I don't know, the sequence didn't... those sequences still didn't really bother me. I quite liked the effects. But yeah, I would imagine if I left my exploration until after I did all this stuff, that would have really fucking pissed me off. you really don't feel too incentivized to explore with all that with all that noise. Nice. There's no reason to go to the apartments. Well, you find messages that lead you there, and you will get to the point where you just run out of places to go, and that's the only place left. And the fact that you get the key to those apartments after doing this big jukebox puzzle, it's like, I feel like that's enough. That's enough to lead you there, you know. The jukebox puzzle alone is enough to really make that place seem like the place where you need to go, combined with the flashback to Rosewater Park and the fact that the Woodside markings then point you up to Rosewater. Seems, you know, that's what they're showing you there. But that's your only path to James's memory. Bum bum ba da bum bum bum. Okay, here's the car. Although, yeah, I guess it's you get the key here. The actual apartment key here. Woodside Apartments. Hello. Okay, let's run for it. Yeah, I like some of the visuals here. The bags flying through the sky and the lights here on the wire. Wow, wow, wow. Ah, cozy. Cozy. Back inside. Okay, Woodside again. Love this pale light in here. Really nice. And right out of the gate, we get the presentation of the coin puzzle here. Ooh, nice. And the music kicking in even more once we cut to gameplay. Yeah, really nice presentation of this. Three bright coins in the 5 holes B. First sits the maiden underneath the tree. The wind from behind the maiden doth blow. A beautiful flower alone has to grow. And here comes the man, so sleek and so fine. In the pale moonlight, his eyes doth shine. Pretty fitting, too, on a normal riddle, because this light is certainly quite pale in this room. Yeah, man, I think they really did such a good job with the visuals in the apartment. Just like the feeling you get from the rooms. Still has that just very interesting feeling. Alluring. Alluring and melancholic, but also grimy and decaying. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, that piece of the theme, it only kicks in when you interact with it. That's nice. Oh, really nice. Okay, cool. I didn't notice that on my first playthrough. Yeah, gorgeous. Guys, I'm gonna take a piss real quick. And when I come back, we'll explore these apartments again. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. What was what? What did you hear while I was gone? Did a weird sound play? Okay. Sucking on my hairy balls. Okay, no ball singing. No ball singing. We'll try and keep the vibes intact. Okay. Yeah, so this little path is locked. I think this opens automatically at some point. I think Laura opens this or something. I don't think we ever open that. It just opens up after some point. Bum, 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 bum. That very soft crackling. I would never sing about balls during Mary's letter. That is, I've truly gone off the deep end if that ever happens. The only time that would happen would be during the HD collection, which I will probably never ever play again. Maybe in 10 years. Maybe in 10 years I'll play the HD collection again. What's the lore behind James's corpses lying around? Again, I think it's just another image born from James's mind. It's something that he's seeing there that someone else would just not see. Like a lot of what we see in this game. To put it simply, I think it's James's own desire to kill himself. That's what I generally see the corpses as meaning. I'll talk a bit more about this when we get to one very specific James corpse later on. Where it really feels like that's what they're saying with it. Dear Madam, in response to your complaint regarding the gunshots coming from apartment 217, we have paid a visit to the tenant, and he assured us that he does not own any firearms. He was fully cooperative and granted us access to the apartment. True to his words, we did not find any weapons or traces of using one. Should the noises persist, please inform the janitor. Sincerely, Woodside Apartments Administration. To hell. Just like the original, the to hell graffiti beside the door. Except you see it beside a couple of different doors in the original.
Hello? Is anyone there?
I never really stopped to notice here, but just like the color in the original apartments in the original game, the stairs, the blue color is very, very similar, and where pieces of the carpet are pulled up in certain spots. Same in the halls as well. Ooh, look at that illuminated stubble on James's face there. So here, the iconic mannequin room again. Kind of hard to beat the presentation of this in the original with how they use the fixed camera, looking from behind Mary's perspective, the mannequin's perspective. Oh, you bitch. Ooh, the very slight squeal from James there. I don't really remember hearing that one often.
These clothes.
Yeah, Mary's clothes. I won't look at the items again. I won't, you know, I won't hold them in my hand again, just so we can avoid getting the leave ending. If you repeatedly look at Mary's picture, Mary's letter, there's a higher chance you'll get the leave ending. Yeah, there she is. With the same outfit. Shoot courtyard. So, if we look at the wallpaper here, this is something that they flesh out a little bit more as an idea in this. In the original game, this wallpaper was also in this room with Mary's mannequin. And it was the only room in the whole apartment building in the original that had this wallpaper. Which, again, made it stand out and made it feel very specific and deliberate. To have this one wallpaper that you don't see anywhere else. When I do my in-depth playthroughs of the original game, I always kind of stop here and use this as an example just for the apartments as a whole. And how specific the design feels, with every room feeling curated and like carefully designed. And it's interesting, it almost made me wonder if Bloober were watching my in-depth story playthroughs, because you will see later on in the apartments they use this wallpaper again, but also in very, very specific places. And they bring in this idea of James and Mary as lovebirds. I used to always wonder, you know, is that why it's a picture of birds here? Are they like, is it supposed to allude to Mary and James? And in the original game, that's all you get, this room and these two birds, and it's the only time that idea is really there. But Bloober have now taken this and they've expanded on it, and this idea with James and Mary as birds is a concrete recurring image that comes back again and again in the apartments. So, yeah, keep this in mind, because in this remake, this is something we'll be seeing again later on. Almost looks like moths or something on the picture there. I missed in the credits. Special thanks to Threedogg. No, I mean, I definitely wasn't the only one noticing the birds in Mary's room. It's just, I would imagine there were also big fans on the team who were aware of these details, and they thought, hey, let's lean more into this. I feel like they do that a fair bit in this remake, where they kind of expand on ideas that fans generally interpreted in the base game. Like the apartment where we meet Angela, they lean into the idea more that we are kind of going into Angela's Silent Hill, and that apartment is supposed to be maybe a reflection of what Angela's real apartment was like. You know, and then when we get to the abstract daddy sequence later on, we go into the whole Orozco house, and the house reflects the apartment room where we meet Angela. So yeah, it's kind of cool to see them expand on ideas that were, you know, generally interpreted from fans. But yeah, I think it makes sense to expand just generally on this sort of imagery and how it might relate to Mary. Because in the original, you know, Mary did have this association with like nature and flowers. And, you know, you had this idealized memory of Mary that James had where she was like this kind of perfect angel. And then later, of course, she became synonymous with illness and disease and sickness and rot and decay and moths. So you have this one side of Mary associated with life and flowers and nature, and then you have this other side of her which is like the exact opposite, life and death. So I think it really works, you know. It makes sense that they would expand on this kind of imagery and how it might tie into Mary. Is Angela's brother only mentioned in the cemetery? Explicitly, yeah. The brother thing is very, very underplayed in both the original and the remake, I would say. In the remake, maybe we get like a little bit more, you know, where it seems like we can see his bedroom door, where his bedroom would be in the labyrinth version of her house. But still, they really don't say much regarding the brother. Yeah, in this remake, we don't. In the original, you know, every wall is covered in the bird wallpaper. Every wall. Here we don't get just the bird wallpaper. We get these other flowers and stuff. Kind of making me think of her dress there. Red and white flowers, I think. Making me think of the flower shop. The rebirth ending, the crimson and white. Okay. $201. Yeah, I never really knew what to make of the brother. I thought Ito said once that the brother also abused Angela, but I can't remember exactly. I thought he said that he did abuse her. And that the two bodies on the wall during the burning staircase were for both the brother and the father. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember him saying, because I remember being kind of like shocked that he said that about the brother. But maybe I'm misremembering. Angela in the new cutscene seems to see James as her dad. And well, in the original game, James recurringly plays that role of like the stand-in for her father during scenes and this potential threat. You know, that's why she's always so fearful of him. Um, you know, because he kind of is this potential stand-in for her father. But maybe you're thinking of the burning staircase scene where she sees James as her mother. That's also in the original, where she says, "Mama, Mama, I've been looking for you. Now you're the only one left." And then she snaps out of it. Wait, you're not my mama. So I guess you could say he stands in for both parents over the course of the game. Right, Tom. Yeah, I thought so. Someone was saying in the chat the other day, they were talking about like a lot of these horror stories in Japan, specifically about abusive families. Don't think we can go anywhere on the 3rd floor, can we? No. Heavy Viper. This one is in the original, is it, Nico? I feel like that ACLT thing is in the original as well, that specific bit of graffiti. I always stop to look at the graffiti in the stairwell in the original, but I can't remember what all of it actually is. It just really stands out. All the detail on the walls here in the original. They definitely try and mimic that here. Ooh, nice. The cigarettes and the beer here. Little makeshift ashtray on the railing. When she says, "Tell him I'll be good, please," I wonder if she saw James as her brother there. Probably not, if her brother was also an abusive member of the family. I think there she's probably just seeing James. Or maybe her mother. Though her mother also thought she deserved to be abused. The dev in charge of cluttering did a good job. Like all the packed detail and yeah, stuff that you see like just crammed into certain corners of rooms and stuff. Yeah, they really went beyond with a lot of the environmental design in this. Okay. Oh, I thought that would be where I use the key. I guess it's over here. yeah, there's the pool over there. November, you're right. I never really paid much attention to the calendars. But yeah, you do see a lot of calendars with November 1983 on it. I would say that is where Bloober... I would say that is the suggestion by Bloober. Because they seem to really... I'm getting the impression that they want to ground this version of Silent Hill 2 in more of a reality. Like, confirming that this is Silent Hill in Maine, specifically. You know, whereas the original games always went out of their way to tell you where the town was exactly, putting it in Maine. I guess the more realistic tone of the game in general compared to the original. And I think Ito said that for the original game, the developers thought of the game existing in, like, the late 70s. So I have a feeling they wanted to play off that maybe in a meta way, where it takes place shortly after the original, or where the original took place in the developers' minds, at least. Because, yeah, I'm pretty sure the developers... Ito said, like, 70s to 80s. Right, okay. Yeah, I reckon that's what... I reckon they do want you to think of this as being November 83 or whatever it is. Let's take another little look over here. Yard sale. Cluttered house. Cluttered house, cluttered mind. Hold on. Cluttered house, cluttered mind. Get rid of unnecessary baggage. Forget about the mess. Bring everything and anything. Okay, I didn't see this before. Based on the computers, it must be late 80s, early 90s. Yeah, and I guess maybe the calendar, you know, because the town has been abandoned more or less. That the calendars are like a few years behind or something. Okay, we get the Walter Sullivan note here, I think, in this version. Locane siblings murder. Locane siblings murder. Perpetrator commits suicide in custody. Walter Sullivan, the culprit in a recent homicide case, was found dead, having taken his own life on the morning of the 22nd in his jail cell. According to the police statement, Sullivan's death was caused by blood loss resulting from severing his carotid artery with a soup spoon buried 2 inches in his neck. Sullivan was apprehended on the 18th of this month on account of brutally murdering Billy and Miriam Locane. Even though Walter Sullivan did not strike a former schoolmate from his hometown of Pleasant River as someone capable of murdering children, the schoolmate admits to having witnessed Sullivan in a state of severe paranoia shortly before his arrest. He was blurting out all sorts of strange stuff, like, he's trying to kill me, he's trying to punish me. The monster, the red devil. Forgive me, I did it, but it wasn't me, he recounts. I guess now that I think of it, he was kind of crazy, the schoolmate concludes. Yeah, I think I prefer the way this is written in the original. This is slightly reformed here in the remake. I think the way they write this guy's interview is a little bit better in the original. I feel like it makes a bit more sense narratively, but it's like very, very minor little changes overall. This still, you know, it still does its job here, this memo. Not really sure why they changed this one at all, really. Why there was any real need to, like, edit it. But yeah, again, the story of Walter here, I think, is designed to parallel the story of James, and the guy here initially looking at Walter as someone who he couldn't think of murdering someone. I guess now that I think of it, he was kind of crazy. The thin line between sanity and madness. The everyman who looks like he's the nicest guy in the world, incapable of murder. And then the next day he's screaming and shouting about this person inside him, the Red Devil. I would imagine this is also another allusion to Pyramid Head. The Punisher. The other person, the shadow inside. Okay. And of course, this also ties into the story of Silent Hill 4. Sometimes it's easy to forget about how this story applies to the story of Silent Hill 2. You know, you look at it, you see Walter Sullivan, all you start thinking of is the Silent Hill 4 reference. But of course, when this was written initially, this was not written to foreshadow Silent Hill 4. It was written to parallel James's story. But yeah, then they use this memo to build the story of Silent Hill 4, where Walter Sullivan becomes the main character, or the character of focus in that game. Okay. Wow. I'm playing this on PS5. Yeah. Oh, they can go underneath the doors. You little shit. Fuck you. Yeah, yo, yay! Christ. Chug it, chug it, chug it. Look at those bloody legs. What a mess. absolutely drenched. Getting this flowery wallpaper again here. Chug it, chug it. Wow, 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 wow. Okay, I think that's all we're getting in here. Love the slight echo, the way the footsteps sound here.
Hey! Wait! Damn it.
Man, the way that little scene
What's
is...
the kid doing here?
The way that little scene is shot of Laura running away, it's so similar to the original. The way she moves in and out of the light. Okay. So now... Yeah, I guess now that path opens up. Laura runs out and she opens up the path going up to 105. This is quite different to the original. I think this caught me off guard on my first playthrough where I just didn't go up there straight away. I was running back and forth. Jesus. Second floor hallway keys. Yeah, in the original you can't just go and get those keys immediately. This whole thing with the music, the sheet music. I wonder if that affects anything. Lock it. That means lonely flowers. Okay. More flower stuff.
Huh. Quite the artist.
Laura's drawings. Laura separated from Mary, you would think here. The water separating them as well. Man, I love these creamy colors in this, the creamy oranges and browns. Laura and Mary before they got separated. Come on, Mr. Mannequin. Ah, here we are. That little shiver that we got from James there. Love this deep, darkish blue that we get here, this wallpaper. We see this later. Again, with the body in front of the television scene, where it looks really nice with the light. Wedding dress. Golden apple handle. You gonna play some Hades 2, JMP? I got that feeling of being called out when I said Mr. Mannequin. Ah, fuck you. Whoa, jeez. Two quick headbutts. Man, sometimes the camera does not cooperate in these tight spaces. Ugh. Another little bear here. Racking up the ammo. Still need to get our gun. Apartments my favorite area? No, I don't know. I'm not sure if I really have a favorite area. There is something about the apartments that I've always really loved, though, in the original game. And I think the remake does a good job of recapturing that kind of strange allure that it has. That you can't really quite put your finger on. Yeah, I don't know. I like so many of the areas for different reasons in the original. The apartments, the abyss of the prison and the labyrinth. The hotel. The hospital. Yeah, I don't know. The Otherworld hospital in this remake really wowed me, just with how unbelievably detailed it was in the remake. All these places we go are generally places that are full of people and never desolate. Yeah. Silent Hill in general, I would say, is kind of like that, you know, with the school in Silent Hill 1. Kind of increases that feeling of isolation. all alone in this big building that's normally full of people. Big complexes, apartments and hospitals and schools, prisons, hotels. Second floor hallway key. School in Silent Hill 1 is your favorite location ever in these games because you got stuck there for a very long time as a kid. You have this sentimental attachment to the place. Yeah, I definitely have real strong memories of the school as a kid. I think even playing the Silent Hill 1 demo. I remember playing the Silent Hill 1 demo in the school as a kid before it came out, and that alone just scaring the shit out of me. I think, anyway. Did a Silent Hill 1 demo come out before the game released, and it was in the school? I feel like I have this memory of playing the school demo. But yeah, then playing it again, playing the full version as a kid, needing to get help to solve the piano puzzle, which kind of clashes with another memory I have of not being allowed to play the game. Like, I remember... Maybe, yeah, it was probably that my parents probably did let me play the game, but they didn't want me playing it late at night when they were asleep, and I should have been asleep too. But then I would still play the game at night when I should have been in bed. I think that's probably more accurate. But my mother also remembers really not wanting me to play Silent Hill 1. I remember her telling me this fairly recently when we were talking about games and stuff. She was pretty cool with me playing most games as a kid, but she remembers looking at the cover of Silent Hill 1 and being like, ooh, I don't know about this one. Fucking Alessa Gillespie's charred, miserable face on the cover. Maybe this is a bit too dark for our 7-year-old son. Yeah, I was allowed to play a lot of shit that I shouldn't have been playing at those young ages. It was a great time, man. The late 90s, 2001. 2001, oh boy. Grand Theft Auto 3, Silent Hill 2, Final Fantasy X. Yeah, so this opens up as well. Laura opens this up too. Yeah! So easy to miss those still. Oh, I took that as well. Wow. Messy. MGS2, of course, yeah. Oh, it anticipated where I was gonna go. Did these guys actually get a bit of a buff on NG+? Probably not. Maybe it didn't predict it there. I don't know. Maybe they got a bit of a buff on NG+. Chug it. I remember this apartment where it kind of felt like the home of a sick person. Or an elderly person. The tray here. The rocking chair. Again, really nice with some of the specific detail. Making the rooms feel individual, distinct. The pale light. Really nice, man. Valentine's Day. Some of this stuff as well, identical to certain items in the original game's apartments. These blinds. Licked any dirty walls? I'm licking all the walls. Oh, you mean in real life? Yeah, I psyched myself up with some wall licking before I started the stream. Like I always do. For these games. Man, some of the little touches. Crazy. Crazy. Really nice stuff, man. They went beyond with some of this environmental stuff. Not just the detail as well, like, you know, really trying to stay true to the feel and the atmosphere and just the certain kind of melancholic feel you get from one room and then different kind of feel from another room. All the feels. The feels are unbelievably important. How do I feel about the over-the-shoulder camera? I don't really know. I know how I feel about it when I'm missing the fixed camera at times. Like there are certain rooms that work so well in the original, and a large part of that is down to the camera. So in like there are moments where I'm like, "Oh, I'm really missing the old camera here." But yeah, I would say overall I'm fine with the new perspective, and you know, it just gives you a whole different kind of take on the world of the game that you didn't have originally, being able to look at everything. And yeah, you obviously have a lot more freedom to look everywhere compared to the original game where you were much more limited by the camera. Not that the original game was full-on Resident Evil with its camera either. You actually did have a lot of control of the camera in the original Silent Hill 2. You just didn't have full control like you do in this. certain rooms in the original game would be more fixed than others. Some rooms would be like straight up fixed. Some other rooms you would have a lot of freedom. Generally, in Silent Hill 2, you have quite a bit of freedom with the camera. Like, you can pull it back behind James. You can get him to look up and around at items and different parts of the environment, but you don't have the full control that you do here. I wouldn't say so with the bathroom. The bathroom is different in the original just because it's a lot clearer. It's not nearly as dark as it is in the remake. The areas where I really miss the fixed camera is the prison. Specifically the descent to the prison. Jumping down the holes. Those scenes were framed so specifically in the original. And I think in the remake you lose a lot of the disorienting feeling of that. It's like you have a little bit too much control there. And I guess it's because like, when you're in the major areas in the remake, like, they've reworked them significantly. They feel so different to the original. Similar, but still very different. The descent to the prison was like note for note the exact same as the original. So it was much easier for my brain to really compare and like miss things that the original had over the remake. Yeah, like, you know, the spiral writing room. I didn't really feel you couldn't really see it as clearly in the remake. You couldn't walk out onto the gate either in the spiral writing room to really look around it. Maybe if they let you walk out onto the gate, it would have been better, you know, because you would have been able to stop and look up and really see how warped and disorienting the room is. Not that sequence was bad or anything in the remake, you know, it still captured what it was supposed to do to a certain degree, you know. It was still strange and surreal, sinking down and jumping down the holes and everything, but yeah, I thought that part was a bit better in the original. And the prison overall, I think, was kind of lacking in the remake. But it still wasn't bad. JMP, did you stop in the room with the guy saying ritual? What they did with the ritual guy was really cool in the remake. As you got closer to the wall, how he got louder. And just how bassy it was. The difference... that's a big iconic thing from the prison in the original. There's actually a few of them. Well, no, two of them. There are a couple of prisoners in the original game, in the cells, that say ritual like that. But in the original, you can actually shoot them and kill them. The only thing is that they're invisible. You can't see them, but you can still shoot them from outside the cell. And they make different sounds to the rest of the enemies. They sound very human when you shoot them. The grunts that they make are very human. But I really liked what they did with the remake, how he was just kind of there inside the walls almost, is the impression you got. Would I play a mod that adds fixed cameras to this game? Yeah, maybe down the line. I'd be up for that. If they got it working well. It might be an interesting little experiment to see. Right, so where am I going? Second floor hallway key. Damn, I hope I didn't miss anything related to the dog key. Don't say anything about that. This is my second playthrough, yeah. You just 100% of the game and it took you 69 hours. My first playthrough of the game was 60 hours. But I played it like a snail. And I'm playing... This playthrough is also pretty snail-like. Maybe not as snail-like, but also pretty snail-like. Okay. My in-game time was 50 hours, but the VODs showed that it was closer to 60, because I don't think the game counts when you pause it and have the map open and things like that, which the original did a lot. Your in-game timer never really reflected the actual time, because it didn't include cutscenes, didn't include menuing, didn't include looking at the map. What ending did I get? Leave. Leave. Which is what I was aiming for. Yeah, now we have Pyramid Head's handiwork here. Is that out into the swimming pool area? No, that'll be on the other side here. Oh, that's a nice view of the baby carriage from up here. Ooh, that rumble as you get close to him here. Ah. I wonder if you can see his tongue in this. Look at that kind of slit down the center, where it looks like something could come out of it. The bars here as well, all jagged. Just like the original, of course. The red glow as well. Yeah, that's just like the original. He has this strange red glow. Okay, I'm gonna ask a question. I don't want an expanded answer. All I want is a yes or no. All I want is a yes or no from this question. Heinous. Has anyone seen Pyramid Head's tongue in this game? No. No. Okay. It's probably not in the game, but just that little crack, that little slit that I noticed in his head there really seemed like that's there so his tongue can come out through it. But maybe it's just not gonna be in this version. In the original game, during the first encounter with him, the first boss with him, if he grabs you, his little tongue will stick out and wiggle in your face. He doesn't even touch you with it. It just comes out of his face, starts wiggling when he grabs you, and he's choking you. Oh yeah, of course, we're here. The same sound plays in this room, too, in the original. Oh. I was confused about what this was referencing on my first playthrough, and I think this was before I even realized what they were doing with these memory things. But I guess this is a reference to the original clock and the marks on the wall where you would push the clock. That is a bit disorienting too, because in the original this room would be on the opposite side of where it is now. It would be over there in another room behind the chair here. It'd be through there. You're actually right. This is the moth music. Is it? Is this the moth? The theme that plays in the moth room in the original? No, I think this track plays in this room in the original. Or maybe it is the moth room. This is the moth room theme. I get some of them mixed up. So, again, pay attention to this if you're not super familiar with the original Silent Hill 2. Or I guess even remake Silent Hill 2, doesn't really matter, but when we come back into this room later, this will be very different. This chair will not be here. Due to the ongoing renovation works, tenants are asked to keep out of the third floor of the building. Sincerely, Woodside Apartments Administration. Another locked door. Ooh, I don't remember noticing this effect when I did my first playthrough of this. Maybe you don't see this on performance mode or something. Maybe I just had the light turned on and I wasn't paying attention. That's nice. The room covered in gunshots, just like the original. And the gun in the shopping basket. Oh, hey! 8! Wow! That is a reference to Silent Hill 1 and the shops and the 8 shop in Silent Hill 1. The grocery store, which I don't think you'd ever see in Silent Hill 2. The 8 grocery store, which feels like it's kind of playing off 7-Eleven. I feel like this is quite deliberate as well. How in this room, the whole room is covered in this dark blue wallpaper. And now when we go back to the previous room with our gun, you'll see how the room has changed. Already you can see the light coming through, which wasn't there before. Man, that's really nice. And here, once again, we see this dark, deep blue. It almost looks darker here, even though I think it is just the same wallpaper. It's just how it looks illuminated by the TV. Even the way the curtains look here, it's like... gives me big in water feelings. Oh man, I really like this. Particularly just the use of the blue around this one specific part of the room. How picking up the gun triggers this image to appear from James's mind. And how the room with the gun is just covered in this same dark blue. Really nice. And now this key will take us to the other side of the bars where Pyramid Head was. And just like the key is colored red, I think this next room, 212, will be covered in red wallpaper, where we get even more decay and water and flooding. This picture, straight from the original as well, the mountains with skulls that you can faintly make out. You can see them a bit more clearly here compared to the original. Yeah, in the original game, the body wasn't covered here in this blanket. And you could see that the person sitting here looked very much like James. All the other random bodies you see up until this point, their heads have been completely contorted and warped. But this one, you can see quite clearly, has James's hair in the original. But I guess they felt the need to do this differently because the original had a fixed camera here, preventing you from seeing his full face. Here, you're able to look around and see him. So, makes sense that they would feel the need to cover him here, but you can see those shoes, those jeans, perhaps looking a bit similar to our boy here. In the original game as well, it is the gun. You pick up the gun and that triggers the body to appear here. In the remake, it feels like they're making an even more explicit correlation between the act of picking up the gun and this appearing here. As if James is, you know, it's relating to James's suicidal desires, that he could just put that gun up to his head and blow his brains out. Also, another cool thing. Remember when we first came in, I was pointing out how the chair was all the way back here? Look at the blood stain. The chair was dragged all the way up there with some bloody mess underneath it. Exactly like the original too. The original does the same thing with the blood stain here, as if there was something underneath the chair being dragged. Yeah, I really like what they did with this room and this little sequence. Maybe even more evocative than it is in the original. Really nice. Just love what they do with the colors and the parallels between the colors of the rooms and stuff. How when you come in here the first time in the remake, you can't even really see these walls at all. You know, and then the light illuminating this dark blue. Good stuff, Bloober. Really good stuff. Very nice. Okay. Let's go across the way to 212. Pyramid Head is gone. That's another thing that's a bit different. In the original, picking up the gun not only causes the body to appear in the room, but it also triggers Pyramid Head to appear here. You would see Pyramid Head here before you... before you see the body. So I guess you could say the original might even further reinforce the idea of the gun as this, you know, symbol of suicide or James's own desire for punishment. It triggers Pyramid Head to appear and James's own dead body in front of the TV. Okay, 212. I don't think I noticed this on my first playthrough. The sound of water coming from the bathroom and these towels stuck under the cracks, trying to prevent the flooding. Look at this detail as well. It's like it has rusted here as well. That looks like rust, doesn't it? Almost as if we're kind of veering into otherworld territory here, or we're like getting closer to it. The red all over the walls, the red on the keyring that we picked up. The mold, the dampness. Hiya! I see you. Oh god, I didn't see that imprint. Oh my god, that's spooky. That reminds me of the film Pulse. Is that where the mannequin was standing up against as well? Oh, there's a few of them here in this room. Yeah, that really makes me think of the film Pulse. Where the ghosts would be kind of imprinted onto the walls. Man, the work they put into these rooms. Yeah, the movie I'm talking about, the horror film, the Japanese horror film Pulse. These little things. This is identical to the original game, and the layout of the hallways, the wooden boards, the way they would break on certain parts. Even right down to the coloring, the way at the end you would see more of the natural wooden color without the paint. Yeah, and that's the key which leads us to where Pyramid Head was standing here. What ending am I going for this time round? Nothing in particular, really. I guess I'm hoping I'll get to see the rebirth ending, potentially. Maybe the dog ending, because it seems like we can get the dog ending on a second playthrough, which you can't in the original. You have to do a few different playthroughs before you unlock the dog ending. So yeah, I'm just gonna see. Maybe I'll find some new ending as well. Because I know Bloober did make 2 of their own new endings. We'll see. I got Leave as my first ending. Which I was happy about. It's the one I was aiming for. Using my knowledge of the original game, I think, helped me. Oh. Yeah! Welcome home. I don't think he's noticed. I don't think he's noticed. Ah! Oh, nice! You little bastard. Woo! Ah. Don't think I even tried popping these last time. Hey! Okay. Don't do it. Oh, I thought I saw the chair rocking by itself there. Damn, I was hoping it would rock. I think the original game might have had a version of this picture in one of the rooms. But maybe not. I think maybe I'm just thinking of looking at this in my previous playthrough. Oh, it's just a it's a pot. My fucking brain, man. I thought I was looking at like a lizard with big eyes, like a snake or something. I thought the two handles were eyes. And that was like a mouth between them. Now you seeing things from my perspective? You can see it? Yeah, for me it was a big snake head. You thought it was a frog? You were also seeing it as a frog as well? Okay. Let's check some more of these rooms then. Ooh. Okay. Nice. Wonder how much of this ammo I missed on my first playthrough because I wasn't using the prompts. Oh my god, the sound of that lying figure. Jesus. There's that little smiling pumpkin. I remember noticing that on my first run. You must think I'm cruel, but this prison is of your own making. The choice was yours. I watched you make it. Over and over and over again. This time's not going to be any different. And I'll be here. Watching. This is our safe room. Our VV4 room. Yeah, on my first playthrough, I didn't have any prompts, so I did not realize what I was supposed to do here. Went running around the hallways, getting lost until I eventually came back. But it was cool. I think I noticed these rails, right? And that gave me the hint that I was supposed to push it. Actually, no, I think I pushed it by mistake and then realized afterwards that the rails could have given me a hint. I've been locked in the prison. Regarding the writing here, I have no idea. The writing that you see on the wall here, like look at this. This writing, to me, this looks very close to the texture on the bathroom wall at the start of the game. And I'm not sure if that text is comprehensible. But this one on the white background, that really looks very similar to the bathroom writing to me. But I'm not sure if anyone has decoded what that means or if it even means anything. Maybe it's just supposed to be gibberish. But I thought that was interesting how they, or it seems anyway, that they've reused that writing here. And I guess this is an interesting detail here. The 9 squares, except they're just blank. Maybe drawing a parallel to the final save screen where in that moment James has a full realization about what Pyramid Head actually is and means and gains a, you know, an understanding of what's happening to him. Maybe this is supposed to imply the opposite. I'm not sure. Right where the rooftops pierced through the night, left me homebound footprints. Left our homebound footprints with no owner in sight. But has he found home, oh please pray tell, or a river of memories leading right to his hell? Again, we have a reworking of the safe puzzle from the original game. Here it's a scripted puzzle, or rather a puzzle that we're forced to do. In the original it's optional. Right, left, right, giving us a hint of how we're supposed to, you know, the directions to go with the safe, to move right first to the first number, then left to the second number, right to the third number. That's just like the original. Where are they again? We just need to look for the puzzle pieces here. Lovely. Lovely. I like the lone toilet here in the corner. Maybe not their best reworked puzzle overall. But it's okay, I guess. 11. $11, 13. $7. No! I chugged by mistake. Rooftops, footprints, river. $13, $7, $11. Easy. The coin. Gorgeous recreations of the coins. Crazy detail. Steel key. Ooh. Can anyone tell if some of this is Hebrew? Some of it is kind of reminding me of the Hebrew text beside the Lilith drawing in the bathroom as well. I'm just not sure. Oh, that's nice, the little touch on the door outside here. The fancier looking steel lock. Ah, nice. Ah, there's another one. Nice. Nothing. More rounds. Oh, you bitch. Chug it. Now, where am I? Oh, see something there, James? Nice. Some ammo. Oh, Eddie time. On my first playthrough, I didn't really even stop to think about how different the setup was here with the guy in the bathroom. Whereas in the original, they very much play with the fixed camera and you can only see the legs poking out. Which is quite effective, just... It's all about what you can't see. But now in the remake, they show it. It's quite an image here in the remake too, though, I think. Ugh. Is this one another James clone? Looks like it has genes. Feel like the top might be a bit different.
Hey, who's there?
It wasn't me. I didn't do it. I didn't do it, I swear.
Hey, are you okay?
I didn't do anything. He was like that when I got here.
He? Oh, you mean the man back there? In the kitchen?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't kill him.
Yeah, it's all right. I'm not saying that you did. Look, my name is James. James Sunderland.
Eddie.
Eddie, okay. So, do you live here, Eddie?
No. I'm not even from this town. It's just...
Something brought you here.
Yeah. Yeah, you could say that. Well, they came at me. I didn't know what to do, so I ran. I came here. Figured it might be safe, but then I found the guy in the fridge.
Easy, deep breaths. Look, this place, it's not safe. These things, this whole town, there's something wrong with it. Might be best if you just get out of here.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, you want to come with? Maybe together we can find a way out of this town.
Oh, sorry, but I can't leave. Not yet. I need to find someone.
Oh.
And Eddie, be careful.
Yeah, you too.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the rework of this scene. Seen it a few times now, and I still really like this new take on the scene. Very, very different in its tone. the rework of the music really parallels that as well. The music, very, you know, it's the same theme, but it's way more dramatic. The original version of the theme it has this real hazy, purely dreamy quality to it. It's a bit more emotional, this version of the theme, and a bit more dramatic. And the same with Eddie. In Eddie, in the original version of Eddie here, he just kind of sounds like he's in this sleepy daze when he's saying a lot of these lines. But this version of Eddie, he's way more emotionally heightened. He sounds way more scared, fearful about the situation that he's in. And personally, I have a way more sympathy for this version of Eddie here. He's still being cowardly and not telling us the whole truth about what he's done here, but just the fear and pain on his face is just way more pronounced than in the original. Yeah, quite a different tone and quite a different vibe, but I really like this version of the scene. I think both versions of James here are quite subtly funny. Like in the original game, James says, "Eddie, who's that dead guy in the kitchen?" And like he's just so casual about it. It's just like a little thing that shows you how disassociated James is. And this version of James has a similar line. You know, Eddie is just, you know, "I didn't do it. I swear he was like this when I got here." And this version of James says, "Oh, you mean that guy back there?" You know, and he just says it so casually, like, yeah, there's nothing that's bothering James one bit about this disgusting dead body in the fridge. And then afterwards, "My name's James Sunderland," you know, like he's walking in for a job interview. Yeah, I really like both versions of James. Give me very similar feelings in this scene, but in different ways. And both versions I really like. Yeah.
Eddie, are you gonna be okay?
Yeah, I guess.
"My name's James Sunderland." Who the fuck are you fooling, James? Yeah, it's cool. It's like a moment where real behaving so normally is the most abnormal thing in the world. The situation really doesn't call for such normalcy. Another thing someone pointed out to me more as well on Discord, there's a moment in this scene that really parallels the interaction with Angela nicely. In this scene, Eddie is hoping that he can come along and tag along with James, but James says, no, I've got something I have to do. But still, be careful. Still, you know, I care about you. I'm the good guy and I care about people. But ultimately, no, I have someone to find and have my own thing to do here. I'm going to leave you here. But when he meets Angela, he offers to help Angela and to go with Angela. Because she's standing in for Mary, perhaps. Here's a damsel in distress that I can help. Here's a woman. And I feel like I'm much more of a protector around women. I thought that was a nice little touch there, something that I didn't really pick up on, how he treats Angela in comparison to Eddie, how he offers his services to help Angela but not Eddie. And they play off that nicely with the theater scene as well, when James says, "Laura, come on Eddie, let's go after her." And then Eddie responds, "Oh, so now you want my help. Now you want me to come." Again, really portrays this version of James, really hones into that more selfish side of James. willing to help Eddie when he feels he can use him, you know, because he knows Laura and he could potentially help him get his hands on Laura, and he needs Laura because Laura has a link to Mary. I feel like we see a bit more of that sour side of James in this compared to the original. That is true, James. Dave. But I would still say that's a nice little contrast, though, between the two scenes. Especially, again, with how the theater scene calls back to that, like, oh, so now you want me to come with you. I feel like they are trying to show this distinction between how he treats Eddie and how he treats Angela. Yeah, man, is this new NG Plus behavior? The two very quick pukes like this, which I feel like I'm seeing a lot. I don't remember them really behaving like this. Predicting my dodge too. No way, man. This has to be new NG Plus behavior. Surely. I feel like this never happened on my first run. Maybe not. Stab it. Yeah, I'm not going to kill all these lying figures here. So, I'll take the hits. Outside those hours, request assistance at the reception. 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Black Gamer with the 46, thank you. It's the original game's map here, look at that. Okay. Oh god, two of them came in here. Wow. Coin, snake. Oh, I know where I have to go. Oh my, did they both fall over there? They both fell over. Can they trip over each other? Okay, yeah, now we need to go back over to the stairs on this side, but go up to the 3rd floor. Chug it. And we see this sheeted over here, I think, because they spoke about the 3rd floor being flooded. That's the distinct thing about the Blue Creek apartments in the original when you cross over. That the apartments don't get flooded until you cross over to Blue Creek, and it's that whole building that has the slight flooding. And then the boss room with Pyramid Head, which is completely flooded down below. And is only drained when Pyramid Head leaves and opens the door, letting all the water out. But they do it a bit differently here. We don't get any memo about the gunshot room either. Oh, this is the only one I have here? Huh, maybe the other one I read wasn't a memo that I actually picked up. I saw that, Dave. Yeah, I didn't pick that up on my first playthrough. I saw it earlier, though, in this playthrough. They're kind of taking some of the design from the Blue Creek apartments here as well. In the original, at least I think, we don't get this blue shade until we go over there, tying in with the idea that they are the Blue Creek apartments. So that feels a bit odd here, but maybe fitting in some sense if it's only the floors with the flooding. Or maybe they just kind of mesh both of the apartment designs together a bit more in this one. I don't know. Yeah, this does have more of the blue down here as well. Oh no, Storm. Okay, let's check these rooms. Giving me Brookhaven vibes here a little bit. Hi-yo, I I love the way the mannequins look sometimes when they're playing hide and seek. Like a kid playing hide and seek badly. That's what it always makes me think of. I know where you're going. Pretty trashed rooms here. Hello. Ugh, those rotten legs. I love this variant with the more dead, fleshy top legs. Ugh. Wasted some shots there. Hello, Mr. Mannequin. I see you there. Aye-oh! Nice strats. Come on. Water dripping from the ceiling here, nice. Hi-yo, hello. I see you. Fuck, no rounds. Nice. Another syringe. A random oven out here. Gorgeous stuff here, Bloober. Ha! Okay. Fuck! No ammo anywhere. We go for the chainsaw again. I really do miss the scream, though. Come on, you're not gonna give us the full scream? The new pose, like the model-like pose that we get from him is good. I was wrong. No, I wasn't, but I wasn't entirely right. I need to peel off more. Something more. Blood close. Blood close. I was looking outside, but it is in me. There is someone inside me. I wonder if that stain was always there? Yeah, I would imagine so. The chainsaw was an NG plus weapon in the original, yeah. Go back to the plank. Hey! Bloody apple, canned juice. Kind of funny what they do here with this. They put the puzzle item right beside where you need to use it here. I wonder were they worried about this one in particular, people not knowing what they should do with this item. It isn't the most obvious thing in the original. Okay, we have all our items. Guess I could go all the way down here. Would this be shorter? I can't remember if this takes me back to the lobby. Hey, nice. Okay. I wonder are these two lying figures gonna be here? Oh yeah, we need to pick up the coin. Okay, let's do it. I'm curious now to see later. I do not remember that mirror being above the thing last time. But it probably was. I think it was just that I didn't have a light, so it wasn't being highlighted as much. But yeah, I'm curious if the other major puzzle items also do this unique thing with the music. Where you go into the room and you get this nice melancholic music. And then when you interact with the puzzle item itself, a new piece of the music comes in. Now when I interact with it... That sound really reminds me of Born from a Wish. The final scene. Three bright coins in the 5 holes be. First sits the maiden underneath the tree. The wind from behind the maiden doth blow. A beautiful flower alone has to grow. And here comes the man, so sleek and so fine. In the pale moonlight, his eyes doth shine. Okay, so... we're on normal riddle now, so these are going to be a lot easier than what we had before. First sits the maiden underneath the tree. The wind from behind the maiden doth blow. A beautiful flower alone has to grow. Right, yeah. So, maiden underneath the tree. The wind from behind the maiden doth blow, a beautiful flower alone has to grow. It could be here, but I think it's further back all the way here. Turn it around. And then finally, and here comes the man, so sleek and so fine. In the pale moonlight, his eyes doth shine. Underneath the moon, very easy. The man doth approach, his blade now revealed. His face disappears behind shining steel. Away from the man doth the maiden flee, towards the flower, away from the tree. I like how it tells this story gradually, which I think was also a part of the hard riddle. The man doth approach, his blade now revealed. His face disappears behind shining steel. We spin him around, show the blade, bring it closer. Away from the man doth the maiden flee, towards the flower, away from the tree. Yeah. Where once grew a flower, a venomous glee, where once was a maiden, but a stone doth be. And over her grave the man doth remain, his blade never met the vile serpent's vein. So the man has this intention of killing the woman, but the snake gets her first. Almost what happens with James and Mary. The snake bites her. She dies. The man gets closer. The beast who its teeth in her flesh doth bore, he who has failed, she who is no more. Now unto you falls a grievous jure. Who carries blame for what fate had in store? So in this final part of the riddle, I think we have a choice. I don't think there is any one right answer. We get to decide. And I think this probably ties into the ending system. Maybe. It feels like we're deciding who is to blame for Mary's death. James being represented by the old man, the disease itself being represented by the snake, or the woman herself, Mary. We'll blame Mary. On my first playthrough, I think I put the man up there. And then afterwards, I had this kind of realization that I probably could have put anyone up there and that it would tie into the ending. Going for Mary here. I reckon this would probably put you on track for the rebirth, or rather for the Maria ending, maybe. Putting the blame on the disease itself, it would probably add to the leave ending. You know, leave, Maria, and in water are like the three main endings. And I would say these parallel those endings. the blame on the disease. James gets a chance of forgiveness. I would say so, Mr. Man, yeah. But that's not the be-all and end-all. I reckon this does go towards in water, and that is what I picked, but I did lots of other things to very deliberately try and avoid in water. If it does tie in with the endings, it has to be the 3 original endings, so makes sense. Yeah, it fits nicely, I think. Let's go for in water this time. So we'll do this again. Assuming that is what puts points on in water, I would say it does. Apartment 201 key. Now we get this new 201 stuff, which is quite interesting. Love this room. Yeah, and then the Hanged Man puzzle seems to do the same thing again. Except with the Hanged Man puzzle, I think there may be genuinely wrong answers that just send you to areas with enemies. But they're... yeah, I'm not exactly sure what they do with the Hanged Man puzzle. Okay, up to 201. We're about to see some very new stuff here. But I think I quite like what they do here. Yeah, over to 201. I wonder if they even put a unique light here. Even the light is starting to get a bit warmer and closer to the atmosphere we have inside here. 201. So, in here, we have Mary's bedroom. This is just like the final scene of the game, when James is at Mary's bedside. The gasp, yeah. The bedside chair. The curtain. But this is something that I noticed to a certain degree on my first playthrough, but I didn't really stop to think afterwards about how this ties into the context of this whole apartment. I think I got distracted by the Pyramid Head scene, and then I forgot that I even found this room in this particular apartment. But I think the idea here is that this whole apartment is supposed to represent James and Mary's apartment. The visuals here are drastically different to any other room in the apartment building. Of course, it's the key that we get from that big puzzle that leads us here. The much warmer light, the much better conditions that this apartment is in compared to the rest of them. And look what we have here. Look what we have here. Look what the bloobs are doing here. The birds, face to face. Just like the wallpaper in Mary's mannequin room. And this is also going to parallel a... what mannequin room? The room where you get Mary's... the light off Mary's mannequin. The room where you get the flashlight. But this is also going to parallel a puzzle later on where we have to balance the scales with two birds, a swan and a pigeon. And in that room later with that puzzle, we will also see that very particular bird wallpaper from Mary's mannequin room. So yeah, they do a lot more with this bird idea here. Yeah, it's the same, Storm. Actually, maybe it is a little bit different. Maybe it's not modeled on that exact same wallpaper, but I think it is. I think it's probably the exact same. But yeah, the Mary mannequin room has that same very specific bit of wallpaper that you don't see anywhere else. Except in this remake you do, but they're still very specific with it, and they kind of further flesh out this idea of Mary and James as birds. Yeah, look at this. And here, this is the door that then leads to the otherworld Blue Creek apartments after this. Oh yeah, I think I didn't look at the pictures in here either, did I? The pictures on the wall here. Again, very grayed out, but you can see that that's Mary there in the picture. Her dress. That one, it's very hard to make out anything. Looks like it could be the Lakeview Hotel, maybe. But yeah, a whole different vibe here. I remember when I saw the very first Silent Hill 2 trailer, they showed a shot of this room with this light. I remember when I saw that, I was like, is that the fucking apartments? Do they understand the art direction of the original game? I don't know about this at all. I remember thinking that one shot was going to be emblematic for how the apartments were going to look in general. But of course, that is kind of the opposite case here, because this is the only apartment in the building that looks like this. That is actually, like, distinctly different from the rest of the style that you see everywhere else in the apartment building. Yeah, it almost looks, it doesn't really look all that dilapidated for the most part. Look at this room, Almost looks like just a normal room. Not much decay going on in there at all. At least comparatively. That, though, that door stands out for a reason. Ooh, the same kind of curtain you get here as well. It's in the bedroom. Another thing. This radio. This comes back again in the otherworld Blue Creek apartment. That picture looks a little bit stretched, actually, doesn't it? That doesn't look right. Lighthouse. Yeah, lots of water imagery and stuff here again. Boats. Ooh, look at that pier there. That's Rosewater Park. That's Rosewater Park on a sunny, sunny day. Look at that. That's where they would have spent their days on holiday, staring at the water together. Zeograd, thank you for the 4 months. Cheers, and I'm glad you're having a good time with the remake. Yeah, it definitely exceeded expectations, that's for sure. Okay, will we pick it up? Again, another little thing here really reinforcing how personal of a space this is to James. This item we pick up, this cloth, becomes another personal item for James. It goes in your personal section beside the letter, beside the photograph. Alright. Let's take a look at this scene again. Very different take on the Pyramid Head scene here. The cartoon gulp at the end. Okay. I'm not sure if I like it, but I kind of respect it. Alright, Bloober, go on. Get a little bit silly. Have some fun with it. And overall, as a scene, I probably still prefer the original. Just, again, it's so iconic, and I've 20 years of memory associated with it, but it's a very different take. I definitely like this way more now after seeing it like a second and third time, knowing that it's different, not having my expectations fucked with as much. I definitely like it a lot more. Especially now getting this extra context of this whole apartment and what this apartment is. That probably adds to it. But yeah, it's a very different take. In the original game, you walk into the apartment room that has this scene, and it's just you're just shocked by what you're seeing. It's just this jarring shock. Pyramid Head grappling with these mannequins in the kitchen. James immediately hides in the closet. It's you know, it's very different. Here we get a way slower build up to it, especially if you stop and look at everything in the room like I just did. But even aside from that, you know, it's way more gradual. James hears something. He looks around the corner. He looks at what's going on for a few seconds. Everything is way slower. I enjoyed Pyramid Head's his weird movements more as well after seeing it the second and third time. You know, it's trying to mimic his weird glitchy movements from the original. Again, maybe I prefer how the original does it, but yeah, still a pretty interesting and just kind of strange scene, which it should be. Pyramid Head pulling at his head at the end, like he's trying to remove it. And at the end of the scene, in the original, Pyramid Head just leaves after he gets shot a few times. Like, it's just like he decides, oh, fuck it, he's not ready yet. He's not ready yet, I'm gonna leave. But here, it looked like he was being called by something almost, didn't it? Like he heard a sound from beyond the door and he said, okay, I have to be somewhere else. That's kind of how it felt. Oh, and now we have to pick the... Oh! Maybe we don't have to pick up this item. Yeah, we probably don't have to pick up Mary's cloth here, this handkerchief, whatever it is. There would probably be a better chance of me getting the in-water ending if I left this. I have a feeling picking this up might add a point to leave. Maybe. Fuck it, I'm gonna pick it up anyway. Handkerchief. With a flower on it. Yeah, definitely Mary's handkerchief. A stained handkerchief. Probably, you know, she was probably coughing into this. Maybe you can see her holding on to this during the leave ending. You know, at the bedside scene. Because, you know, remember her coughing there. I just can't remember if you see the handkerchief. Maybe you don't. The video is playing much slower. I noticed that at the start. Yeah. And then I thought it did speed up again at another point. I'm not sure if it's tied to health, tied to your area. But I thought I saw it doing the faster version a bit ago. So I'm not sure if it's just something that gradually speeds up over the course of the game, or if it just kind of goes back and forth between slow and fast, depending on certain circumstances. Okay, we cross over to Blue Creek. I don't think I noticed the Pyramid Head slice through the wall at all here on my first playthrough. But yeah, there's his great knife. Meryl, is this your handiwork? Didn't think so. Okay. I think the consensus is that it has exceeded most people's expectations. But it'll never replace the original for me. But that's okay. It's still been, yeah, it's went beyond any expectations I could have had. I was never expecting it to replace the original. Or be something that, you know, I would take over the original. Like, the original is my favorite game of all time, along with like 2 or 3 others. That was just never even a possibility, I don't think. Okay. So pretty interesting what they do here with Blue Creek. Where it's supposed to be like an otherworld sequence. In the original game, when you cross over to the Blue Creek apartments, you get that scene very similar to this, where you're moving over from one window to the other, and you get this surreal music, and it kind of feels like some kind of significant transition might be happening and that you're going into the other world. But then no, you're just going into a slightly more dilapidated, run-down apartment building next to the other apartment building. Everything is more flooded, everything is a bit more decayed, but it doesn't quite feel like an otherworld transition. But here it seems like they want this to be much more of an otherworld sequence, but at the same time I like that it still doesn't really feel like a fully fledged otherworld sequence. You know, it's not like the hospital. It's like, yeah, like this rust and decay and stuff is becoming more pronounced, but it's not like full-on Brookhaven. So I kind of like what they do here. They have like a gradual escalation of otherworld sequences where Brookhaven is kind of like a fully formed version of what they're doing here almost. Another thing that which kind of makes it which feels out of the ordinary for an otherworld sequence is that we are still moving into a new apartment building. It's not like usually otherworld sequences are full-on recreations of the area that you've already been through. And then it's a reworked area of all those same areas and levels that you've been in. You know, like Brookhaven. But here we have actually stepped into a new apartment building. So yeah, it's kind of cool what they do here, I think. Different to the original, but yeah, kind of interesting that they decided to lean more in that otherworld direction. Okay. Blue Creek. Yeah, even what they do with the map. Like, you compare this to the Otherworld Brookhaven, even the map feels more unreal in Brookhaven. How it starts out completely clean and then it gradually becomes more decayed as you make your way through the area. This still kind of feels like something in between. It's like it's not quite feeling like the Otherworld, which I like, you know, because it reminds me of what the original does. Whoa, 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 whoa. Now, yeah, we get this new lying figure variant here. Ah! Yeah, we're starting to see more of the iron mesh, the rust again, all the very typical, the typical kind of imagery you associate with Otherworld sections. Okay. Man, the detail here, the tape, the sheeting, and then the tape at the bottom keeping it in place. Yeah, so different to the original Blue Creek again, because it doesn't really go this far. It's just more dilapidated, more flooded. Hello there. Oh. Really looking drunk, this lying figure. Ah, you... Whoa! Take it easy, take it easy. Oh! Fuck, man. Okay, pretty nice 2-in-1 there, all things considered. Whew. Are there different variations on the lying figures? Yeah, this is the first time we get this variation on the lying figure. They have a really strange look. I'm still not sure what the deal is with this variant visually. You have all these... Is it just supposed to be tape? You have all these different pieces of tape stuck to them, or bits of paper. I'd imagine that's what they're supposed to be. Like, normally you have this kind of stitching or zip, where it kind of looks like, you know, it's in a straitjacket. And with this variant, it kind of looks like there's tape stuck over the stitching, like it's keeping it in place. Like it's keeping whatever's inside. But yeah, I'm not really sure. It's a really cool look, whatever it is. It just kind of makes your mind wonder. Maybe it's glass shards? Maybe? Maybe, actually. To me, it looked like tape initially, but now I'm starting to wonder. I don't know. I don't know. Dead skin? I don't think so. I'm talking about the little objects sticking out of it. On this variant, these new little chunks, these little things. Pieces of metal, yeah, maybe it is. I'm kind of starting to see it now that you've said it. Before I just thought it looked like paper or tape. Really though? Even that? Like that one isn't sticking out. Like look at the pieces that you see here. But maybe those are just stuck to the body? I don't know. Like shrapnel? Kind of reminds me of what we see around its legs here, though, as well. See, on this variant, you also get... That obviously doesn't look like glass. I thought we were just kind of seeing more or less the same thing up here, like just bandages or tape. Yeah, a great new design, though. I love it. I think that's part of why it's effective. It kind of makes you wonder what the hell you're even looking at here, what these things are sticking out of it. The red color as well. Ooh, clean curtains here. There you go. Chug it. I like that idea, Dwayne. That because these ones are way more rotten. They're just bursting with this bile that's inside them. I like that idea where it's like it's becoming so hard to contain them now. It's like a desperate attempt to contain the sickness inside of it. Just covering it up with this rough tape. Maybe that is the idea behind it. Or part of the idea, I don't know. Ooh. Cool image here. The moths knocking at the door, desperate to get inside. Evil creatures. This imagery just feels straight out of Silent Hill 4 to me. The final apartment section in Silent Hill 4. With the cages or bars in the middle of the apartment halls. And the strange kind of obscured images that you can't see on the other side. The bodies. You know, the Walter bodies that you see hanging on the other side. And yeah, I think there's another section where you see something maybe more similar to this, like mannequins or something. What am I even seeing here? Just covered up mannequins. Ooh. Ooh, the shoes there. Those look like Mary's legs, don't they? Or the, you know, the same heels that Mary wears. You can see that they're all wearing these short heels, I think. Her mannequin, the mannequin that has the light, doesn't have any legs. You pick up the light and then the leg mannequin monster appears, as if that's like standing in for her legs. You just get her body, the top half, the cardigan. Oh! Her room, again, the curtain. That very particular type of curtain. 201, where we just came from. Except we never get to see outside the window. Alright, and now we have our clock room. Really nice. Oh, on hard riddle, I don't think you get this here on the wall, do you? Isn't it just like an empty wall? Here we get this thing that really mimics the original game, showing us where to put the hour and minute hand. 9:10. Henry fears Scott. He'll run from him and hide. He's fled to the west, to the other side. But here comes Mildred with unknown intent. Scott lies face down, blind to her descent. Henry, Mildred, and Scott, hours, minutes, seconds. Very, very much like the original game, which uses the same names and a similar kind of riddle to give you hints about what the time should be. I'm sure it's simple and I missed it, but why was Angela called to Silent Hill? Wasn't she just a victim of sexual abuse? It doesn't really work like that, I don't think. It's more about how you feel about yourself, and if you feel you deserve to be punished for your sins. And while Angela is certainly very easy to empathize with, maybe more than any of the other characters, she still killed her father and her brother. And she is, she's struggling with that. She feels she deserves to be punished for her crimes. You know, and who knows what complicated feelings she still has about these members of her family that she killed. Yeah, it's part of what makes Angela such a tragic character. Like, everyone just... yeah, she's just so easy to sympathize with. all the power to her. You know, she finally snapped. There's only so much abuse she was able to take. Yeah, here's the hour door. Nice, more ammo. I don't think she lived in Silent Hill. That clanking. Jesus Christ. Okay. Hi, oh, hello. Ooh. Oh, are these ones also slower when they're on the ground? He looked like he was struggling to move on the ground there. He wasn't zooming around like the other ones. Hold on a second here. I was curious about this question, boss. I asked Enigma about this, though I don't fully recall what he said. What is yours and chat's thoughts on Silent Hill's intentions regarding bringing people into its world? Does it feed off of its visitors when they enter their town with their guilt, or is it something else? I don't really know what you mean. When you say Silent Hill, are you talking about the town You mean, oh yeah, yeah. You mean just like the town and the context of the story, and not like the series as a whole. Well, Silent Hill 2 is very unique in that regard as well, in that it doesn't really play by the same rules as Silent Hill 1 and 3 when it comes to its main characters. Um, so yeah, 2 is kind of unique in that regard anyway. Does it feed off its visitors when they enter the town? I'm not really sure how to answer that. Um, the town takes its own cursed history. Maybe I shouldn't use the word cursed, but it takes its own dark history, and it kind of served that the history of the town kind of serves as a catalyst that combines with that meshes with the character's own psyches. You know, like how Pyramid Head is James's own personal monster, but that only he can see. Angela can't see Pyramid Head. Eddie can't see Pyramid Head. But it's not something purely born from his mind. It's James's mind and the spiritual power of the town. It's the town. Pyramid Head is modeled on old executioners that used to operate within the town, which we see later on when we go into the prison, when we almost literally go back into the history of the town, into the 1800s, 1900s, early 1900s, and we get to see images of these real executioners that operated as a part of the town's religion. But again, I'm not really sure if that's answering what you're asking for. But yeah, in this game, it's bringing their own fucked up psyches to life, their own James's, all of his personal demons, his personal traumas, they manifest into his reality here, but still only his reality. It's only something he can perceive. They're his monsters and his alone. Angela has her own Silent Hill, which looks different. Eddie has his own, and they're all being shaped by what they've been through. I love how it's the museum about the town's history, which is the descent into the darkness. Like James is learning there, and that plunges him into his own darkness. Yeah, I like how you're almost literally walking into the past, deep down, back into the town's history, back into the 1800s, early 1900s, when you're descending into the prison. And it's like the first note you get down there in the prison. Which kind of highlights that fact. When it tells you the year 1820, prisoner number C221 or something like that. And of course, then you learn that the old Toluca prison camp was built in that same place. Now it's the Historical Society, but back in the past, in the late 1800s, that's where Toluca prison camp was. So yeah, it's not there now in reality. That whole area is coming from the characters' minds. But yeah, it's really cool what they do there, just the surrealism of it. Are the stories of Silent Hill 1 and 2 basically separate other than taking place in the same town? Yeah, they even take place in different parts of the town. Silent Hill 1 and 3 are directly connected. 3 is very much a direct sequel to 1. But 2 stands on its own. And yeah, even the approach to all of this stuff is very different, with each of the characters having their own personal hell in the town. Silent Hill 1 isn't like that at all. Harry Mason is the protagonist of that game, and you're not going through Harry's hell. You are going through someone else's hell, but it's not Harry's. Four is a very different kind of thing too. In 4, you're going through someone else's nightmares, Walter Sullivan's, but it's a different kind of thing. In 4, the majority of the game takes place in, like, a dream world. There's very little that's real in Silent Hill 4. One second. Okay. Ooh. We're getting this much deeper, bruised, purple-looking color up here on the 3rd floor map. That is different too. Yeah. Jeez, Bloober. They did such a great job with the maps in this as well. Like all the distinct differences between the maps, how detailed the maps are. These little touches, like, really nice. Really nice. That's not my handiwork. Pyramid Head was here. I'm just gonna get really close to my screen just to look at this closer, this tape or whatever it is. Yeah, I really don't think it's glass. It really looks like tape. I like that idea of just this kind of makeshift thing trying to hold all of the rot inside it. Where the rot is just desperate to get out. It needs more tape. Man, what a treat getting new Ito designs for this. These new monster designs. Love how the big heels, the shoes, stand out way more as well in this compared to the original lying figure design. Hi! Hey, yo, oh. I think you can see these in the art book. I thought the variations were in there as well. Maybe not. Maybe not. Those sounds. Bubbling. There's Magdalene again. Feels like an even more distorted version of it. Same theme that plays on the jukebox. I was watching Nub play this, and he said this imagery is supposed to be like the kind of thing you would see in a mental hospital, where radios and stuff would be caged up to prevent patients from getting in at it and destroying it. No credit. Thank you very much for the 39. Does something like that appear in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, Storm? You have like something hung like this? Okay. .306. This here, like some kind of little altar almost. Little makeshift altar. Hello. Whoa. Oh my god. Oh, I can't go back around this side. It closed. Fuck. Hey, Cynthia. Fuck, I think I need to go back in there to get the valve. So I have to kill these two things. Come on. Oh, man. This variation design is so good. Ugh. Come back out here. You're not doing... You're playing this game, Cynthia? Oh, nice. Is it spooking you? You getting scared? Pretty nicely handled there. Chug it. Oh, I didn't have to kill them. Oh, shit. I'm forgetting. I thought I had to come back to get the valve here. What do I have here? Ah! Jesus Christ. No. I remember you. Ah! The sound here. That rumbling. Oh! Oh! Lovely, lovely. That's what I like. Filth. Give me all the filth. Chug it. Another one. Get it into you. Love the rumbling. Kind of cool images here, like the outlines of pictures that were hung up or something. Same over here. Ah! Jesus Christ. They're still fucking getting it. These mannequins. Okay. Ichiban. Yeah, well, I mean, people are gonna have differing opinions. That's the way it's gonna go on the internet. Whoa. Fuck. No. I still haven't figured out why those particular enemies wear platform shoes. I think it kind of ties into the same sort of symbolism you get with Maria. That the lying figures are kind of two sides of a coin. They represent James's repressed sexual desires on one side, and they represent Mary's sickness on the other side. That the top half is decaying, sick Mary puking out venom in a straitjacket, and the bottom half is this seductive stripper. It's just James's fucked up psychology and his feelings about Mary when she was sick. That Mary became this repulsive thing to him. It's a pretty important part of Mary, I think, that, you know, what the illness did to her physical appearance. And, yeah, that she, like the Book of Job thing says, how she became like a moth-eaten garment. Whoa, there are a lot of mirrors in here. Not that it was just her physical appearance that made James repulsed by her. Well, maybe, if we're using that word, but, you know, she was also very verbally abusive and would swing dramatically between someone who was, you know, swearing at him 1 second, and then she could flip a switch in an instant and call out for him, desperately crying for love. The hallway scene is a very, very important scene in Silent Hill 2, where you get to really hear what Mary was like in her sickness. How full of self-loathing she was about herself as well. And about her whole situation. Shards hung up here. I don't think I paid attention to this at all. James just goes and gets arrested by the police after the leave ending. That's hilarious. Kind of clashes with the tone a bit, doesn't it? After this grand moment of forgiveness. The leave ending is there, like, you know, it's a redemption story. James, please go on with your life. Move on. And then he leaves and gets arrested. Goes to jail. For me, the trial of Silent Hill is kind of what replaces the idea of him going to jail. Or, you know, a more logical, realistic look at what would have happened. To me, like, if you get the Leave ending and he's forgiven, like, that's it. He doesn't need to go to jail. He's proven his innocence in a way, or he's proven his real devotion and his guilt, that he truly is a sorry man. To me, the Leave ending, in the Leave ending, Silent Hill replaces prison. The trial of Silent Hill was his prison. What? I'm running out of ammo here. Jesus. That's red. So he gets over his guilt in his head, then covers everything up and buries Mary in a potter's field. Yeah, I mean, if you really start thinking about it logically, what happens after the events of the Leave ending? Yeah, you could say it doesn't really work. Like, what's gonna happen? What's he gonna do with the body? But, for me, I just preferred... To me, that's the end of the story, you know? What happens after doesn't exist. But yeah, you could definitely poke holes in the Leave ending that way. Don't look in the back, Laura. Although I guess in the remake, it doesn't look like he's leaving the town with Laura. You don't get to see him walk out of the graveyard with Laura. But yeah, I guess if you are trying to think about it in the logical way of what James would do after the Leave ending, I guess turning himself in might work. That still just sounds kind of fucking lame to me. I don't know. Any thoughts about what James does after the Leave ending just sounds lame to me. That's the end of the story. He is forgiven, and he is absolved of his sins by his dead wife. And he tries to move on. Who knows what happens? Hello there. He leaves and then he drowns himself in the lake. Alright, maybe I can just leave that mannequin there. The hour hand. Nice picture. Wait, so hold on. this door? Yes, it has opened up at the back here. It gets pulled off its hinges here. Oh, nice. Man. The fucking detail. In all these small images, you get to see the aftermath of this door being pulled apart. All the little wooden splinters and everything. My god. Ooh, I don't think that this room was as rotten before, was it? No, this sludge here, this was not here. I guess this room changes as you progress, becomes more decayed. I'm glad you think so, Cynthia. Okay, there's the hour hand. Kind of curious if that changed anything in the room. Ooh. Much more warm lighting. Much more lighting in general here. Cozy. Cozy. Oh, yes. Here we go again. Bringing back the birds. Here it is. Again, that very specific wallpaper. We see it in Mary's mannequin room. Then we see it in the representation of Mary and James's apartment. And now we see it here again. And again, remember the two birds face to face in Mary and James's apartment in 201? One bird on the left, another bird on the right, both of them looking at each other. And then the puzzle items here revolve around two birds balancing the scales, which I think might be a bit on the nose, but still kind of cool to see them lean into this whole symbolism with the birds. That's not Strawberry Thief. It is a different wallpaper. Okay, okay. So not the exact same, but similar enough. Okay, let's put our hand down the toilet. Yes. Shoulder deep, James. The minute hand. It's still much better in the original, I think, this scene. The sounds just, they can't match the original. But it is cool getting to see his whole hand covered here. Except now it's gone. Though, after you do that, you get this dirt that still remains underneath James's fingernails for the rest of the playthrough, which is a nice touch. You only get that on his right hand. Ha! Fuck. Right. Oh. Okay. Yeah, and once we take out the minute hand, the whole room gets even more fucked up here. Oh yeah, big time. The warm, comfy light is gone. This place is not comfy at all anymore. You even get some burn marks on the wallpaper here, it looks like. Looks kind of charred, almost hotel vibes. Get the pigeon. We'll wait until we have both of the items. Can't go back in. I meant specifically Lakeview Hotel vibes. Silent Hill 2 hotel vibes. Burned down Lakeview Hotel vibes, specifically. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, it's cool seeing its shadow there. Whoa. Oh, you gonna hide again? Oh, there's two of them! Jesus. Two of them and I have no bullets. Oh my god. Chug it. The mannequins are very sneaky. Flanking you. With the double team strats. Come on. Okay. Now, you alone. You alone. Ah! Okay. Fucking ninjas. Fuck you. The good old MGS2 trick. Wooden swan head. The swan being hung up here. Okay, back to the seesaw. Let's look at the detail in this room again, see if there's anything interesting. Oh yeah, we have to... Oh, I don't have all the pieces yet, do I? No, we need to find the weird Lovecraftian body for this thing. Huh. Is there another room here? No, nothing. Ooh, out here. Hey. Ha. Fuck. I feel like I must have missed it somewhere. Take a look down here. There it is, the whisper, way louder than it is in the original. Appears in a similar looking room though, with the red wallpaper. Apparently that's the exact same sound as well as in the OG, just louder. The exact same one. Ooh. Just some stock sound. Yeah. It was never... You could never make out what it said. Malformed figurine part. Yeah, pretty sure that's bullshit, Propinator. Like was all like Connor said, I think it's just a stock sound. It's just gibberish. Just a gibberish stock sound. What? Can I just go out? Oh, fuck that lying figure. Seesaw is in here, I think. Oh, are you following me? Fuck off. Okay. Let's create the swan here. Combine the malformed piece with the swan. Now we'll put down little Mary here. And we'll put Big James over here. This is Mary and James's relationship here. This is a metaphor for Mary and James. Trying to handle their relationship. Let's see if we can balance it. No. No. There we go. I think maybe they take the bird thing here a little bit too far. Maybe a bit on the nose. Bit blueberry here at the end. Moldy, thank you so much for the 74. Small blooberism. I still really like what they do with this, putting more of this emphasis on the birds. It's nice and a nice way to slightly expand on something that was there in the original. Okay. So now, how the hell do I... Wait, hold on. What key did I get? Winged key. The demon is awakening, spreading those wings. Dahlia Gillespie. This is where I use it. This room is totally rotten. Telperion. Oh yeah, no, I don't think it's all that. Like, I didn't even really think about that on my first playthrough. The whole bird thing, you know, I was just solving the puzzle. It wasn't really a part that I was thinking about at all. So I think even if you are really familiar with the story, it's easy for stuff like this to fly past you on a first playthrough. Just that when you're taking a closer look at it on repeat playthroughs, some of it can just feel a bit like surface level. Like where there's not really much to think about, you know, where it's just kind of obvious, a bit too obvious what they're trying to show. But it's not too bad. Okay. Now, where the hell am I? Back down. Oh, we haven't even been to the first floor yet. My God, man. The size of these levels. Hey. Oh yeah, Shifty. I mean, this game is just on a. It's in a different league if you're comparing it to Origins and Homecoming and Downpour. Those games are in the basement. Yeah, and of course, it has the base game to work with. So much of the original is still preserved here. Okay. Ooh, is it gonna be Angela time? Maybe not yet. But even just like purely in terms of core gameplay and environments and exploration and just all that stuff, like it's so much better than Origins, Downpour, and Homecoming combined. Right, we are doing Angela here. Okay. Don't think I really paid much attention to the apartments becoming way more normal here around Angela. Again, like we're venturing into her Silent Hill here. And right now, in her apartments, it's not so abnormal. She's not experiencing all this rust and decay. Okay. This image here is very, very similar to the original, practically identical. Angela behind a white door, which you don't see anywhere else in the apartments. Really stands out as something very specific. And then right next to it, this more beaten up, barred up door with a teddy bear beside it, which you don't see anywhere else in the apartments either. So it really feels like it's kind of showing you Angela's past here in a way. And the remake takes this idea further when we get to the labyrinth. When we see her house in the labyrinth, it is very much a recreation of this room. And when we get, and her bedroom lies beyond the barred up door on the left. And it's this door that leads into the abstract daddy fight in the labyrinth. So it's like in the labyrinth we really do get to go beyond the door and into her dark past. I think this picture as well is also there in the labyrinth. This religious picture. What is this depicting? It's like a crowning or something. Little angels up there on the top right. Looks Jesus-y to me. Definitely looks like Jesus. That's a ban from countries? You think this picture is going to get this game banned in certain countries? I'm liking the remake, Sax, yeah. This is my first NG Plus playthrough. This now, we're about to watch the apartment scene with Angela again. This scene grew on me quite a bit after rewatching it. Again, once I didn't have those same expectations. Where you're not hearing lines the way they quote-unquote should be, and your brain is not able to handle it. Seeing it again for the second, third time, it definitely grew on me a bit more, this next scene. I'm still not so crazy about the way they end this scene. When Angela freaks out at the end and there's all this focus on her facial expressions, you get that weird uncanny valley effect. This always happens with modern games as well. Like, modern games with like really highly detailed models where they're trying to do a lot with nuanced facial expressions. Whenever they have to do like these wide, like these stretched facial expressions, like if they're in pain, or they're doing some sort of grimace or laugh or smile where they have to stretch their mouth, it often just looks bad. And you get the sense that the developers are trying to do the opposite. They're highlighting, they're honing in on the face with these close-ups to show you what they can do with facial technology now, with mocap and all this stuff. But yeah, it's like they're really trying to show you that this is good, and detailed and nuanced and everything. But to me, it just feels like it's awkward, and we're in the kind of uncanny valley area. You know, like in Death Stranding, when you get the close-up on Mama's face when she's in pain underneath the rubble, and it's like, look what we can do with our technology now. Look at this close-up and all of this expressiveness. But it's just not quite there. It's like the technology still isn't good enough where you can really show this expression in a way that looks real and authentic. It just kind of looks, yeah, it's just you're in the uncanny valley where it just kind of looks off. Yeah, I kind of felt the same way about what they do with Angela at the end of this scene, where they go for this big close-up where we're seeing this look of pain on her face, but I'm just kind of getting pulled out of it and distracted by how awkward it looks, rather than like really feeling what I'm supposed to be feeling. But again, I would say this scene overall still has grown on me quite a bit. Again, it's just, you kind of have to, it's a different take, you know. Original Angela here is very dreamy. She's in this sleepy haze for the whole scene. And this Angela is a bit more grounded in reality. I think her delivery of the "Oh, it's you" line, her first line, it's much funnier to me in the remake, because she just sounds like someone who is really not in the mood for James's bullshit. Whereas in the original, I'm not really feeling it directed at James as much. She's just kind of in this sleepy daze, you know. Oh, it's you, you know, and it's like, yeah, it doesn't feel as venomous to me. Well, maybe not venomous, but yeah, this Angela, it kind of feels like it's really directed at him. It's not said with the same sleepy kind of daze. Although I guess she still kind of sounds a bit like that. Anyway, let's fucking watch the scene, shall we? I'll stop yapping.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm James.
Angela.
Angela. Okay. Look, I'm not sure what you're planning, but there's always another way.
Really? What's the point? It's easier just to run. Maybe it's all we deserve.
We?
Me. You. We're all the same.
I'm not like you.
I'm better than you.
Are you afraid? Sorry.
It's okay. Did you find your mother?
No. Not yet.
Did she live here? In this building?
I don't know.
I really like
So all you
James
know is
here.
that she lived in this town?
What did you say? How did you know that?
Well, I just figured because this is where you're looking for her. How else would I know?
Yeah. Sorry. Did you find the person that you were looking for?
Not yet. Her name's Mary. She's my wife.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I don't know why I think she's here. She died 3 years ago.
She's dead?
Oh, don't worry, I'm not crazy. At least I don't think so.
We have to find my mama.
Should I go with you? This town really is dangerous. Now I know what you meant back there in the cemetery.
No, it's okay. Besides, I'd just slow you down.
What about that?
Will you hold it for me?
Sure, no problem.
If I kept it, I'm not sure what I might do. No! I'm sorry! I've been bad! Please don't!
Okay. Yeah, I would say again, yeah, like Procedure just said, I feel like it's growing on me again, seeing it. Still the ending with all the focus on her expression. I think if they played that closer to how it was in the original, it might have worked a bit better. But even that part at the end, like I'm still really fucking feeling for Angela there, even if I'm finding the facial animations a bit wonky. I'm still, I'm still feeling for poor Angela here. There are moments that I think this version has that the original doesn't as well. Like some really good moments. Just James in general during that scene, I really like the shot that's just held on him as he's peering over behind Angela, with his head up like he's kind of looking down on her, and just the expression on his face and the way he plays some of the lines there, really, really good. Can I remember this one moment? the exact dialogue. Oh yeah, when Angela says, but you're the same as me. Besides, it's what we deserve. I can't remember if it's just like the original in that regard with the dialogue. But when James says, I'm not like you, first of all, that line is just delivered better than in the original. Because Guy See's delivery of that line always bothered me, how wooden it was. No, I'm not like you. It just feels more natural to me here, that moment specifically. But what I really like is after that, we get a little moment that isn't in the original at all. When Angela says, are you afraid?" And then she stops herself and she says, "Sorry." And then James says, "Oh, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay." To me, in that moment, it feels like he's kind of relieved that she's not going to keep pressing on this idea that they're the same. You know, James doesn't want to hear that he is just like Angela, obviously. James thinks of himself as the good guy, the knight, the man who is incapable of murder, and he's trying to uphold that facade. So he shuts Angela down immediately when she has this suggestion that they could be alike. You know, he is the adult, and Angela and Eddie are these kids that he cares deeply about and that he is here to protect, possibly. At least in the case of Angela, he seems to want to be more of a protector. But in that moment where Angela backs down and James says, "Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. You don't have to apologize." In one sense, you could look at that as James caring for Angela. I'll go, no, it's okay. But for me, I'm like, oh, is he really just saying that because he gets to have the power back again in this scene? Like, oh, you know, that's okay. You know, he's just happy that she's not going to keep pressing on him. You know, he kind of gets to have the power again in the situation. That's what that made me feel anyway. Whether that was the intention behind that one line, because it's very much like an interpretation, but yeah, I just really like the dynamic between them there, and just the way James is kind of peering over, looking down at her. There's another moment that felt a bit different to the original as well, and in a good way, or in a way that I liked. Yeah, the way Angela reacted to the photograph when James shows her the photograph of Mary, and she just looks away in with kind of, yeah, with kind of a dark expression. I'm sorry, like she has no fucking time for this. It's not. It doesn't feel like it's just that she doesn't recognize the face of Mary. It's like there's something else going on there. Like he doesn't want to. Maybe tying into just her own relationship problems and her history with her father and her mother. Seeing this guy looking for his loved one, it's like, oh, you know, it's bringing back the pain of her family. Maybe. But yeah, either way, there are some moments there that I like, that kind of little things that we don't really get in the original. I probably still prefer the original, just that the tone of it in general. I think I'm always going to prefer the more dreamy feel of it, but definitely warming up to some of these more realistic takes on the characters. Nostrum with the 45 months. Thank you. All right, Angela's knife here. Will we examine it? Let's examine it. Let's examine it again. Becomes a personal item, doesn't it? Yeah. In the original game, if you keep examining Angela's knife, there's a higher chance you'll get the in water ending, where James will kill himself. So if you don't want James to kill himself, don't look at this knife. Key of Resilience. In the original game, we also get a pretty overt symbolic item here. We get the prisoner coin, which we use earlier in the remake for the coin puzzle. A coin depicting a woman as a prisoner. That's what you find here in the original. which feels very much like, yeah, this is Angela. In the original game, you also get Angela's picture on the ground, which we get later during the Abstract Daddy fight. Or, you know, the picture of her and her family, her mother and herself torn from her father and brother. But in the remake, we get that much later. It's interesting how smudged the mirror here is. But we can see our reflection. Do you think these smudges were purely a stylistic choice, or did they need to mask the reflection a bit to be able to pull this off on performance mode or something? Because obviously it's important that they get a proper reflection for this room. Shouldn't be different. Yeah, I think it is more of an artistic choice just to muddy it up a bit. Just like the original with the very low ceiling. I think that aspect stands out a lot more in the original. Just kind of the weird shape and size of the room. Just with the fixed camera, I think your attention is drawn to it a bit more. Oh, yeah! Yeah, this is another unique thing about this room in the original, too. It has the map of America. Which is, again, it's fairly precise, I think, in the original. I don't think you see the map anywhere else. Anywhere in the apartment building. Feels kind of grim after such a scene. There are stories like this all over America. One very minor thing, if you turn the flashlight off, is it off in the cutscene? Feels weird having James blast her eyes with it. I wasn't paying attention to his light at all there. I don't know. I don't know. You can also find the photo here. Oh! Is it outside? Oh, it is here. Ah, okay. Yeah, there it is. There it is. We don't get any in the original game. You get an interaction with it where you get to see it up close. Here they obscure it even more than the original. That's cool. Okay. Yeah, and then later on in the labyrinth, we go through the other door. It's kind of crazy seeing these things that we interpreted for years actually come to life in this remake, you know? With all those playthroughs of Silent Hill 2, I kept... You know, I used to always look at this door as symbolizing her past, and then in this remake, we get to go through it. We get to walk through it. Oh, yeah, yeah, we'll be able to, with the new key that we have, we'll be able to go through here, I think. These cages don't feel... They're doing the Masahiro Ito thing, right, with the hanging cages. They don't quite feel like authentic Ito cages to me, though. I see what you're doing here, Bluebird. I feel like there's something missing. Is it the way that the wiring looks? Is the wiring too clean? I feel like Ito's cages are always grimier than this. Stuff hanging from it. Seven out of 10. It still passes, just about. Ooh, no tape over this. That was cool, that sort of masking tape that we saw over some of the chairs, keeping the sheets covered. Verse la flamme. What does that translate to? To the flame. Ooh, yeah, I remember I was quite struck by this. Ah! The first time. Fuck it, let's just get rid of him. "208, forever together." This is the first room that you come out when you cross over to Blue Creek. 16. But yeah, I remember on my first playthrough I was really struck by this room. This is where you fight Pyramid Head in the original. And just the lengths they went to recreate it exactly how it is in all this detail. Just the visual style of the room. Ooh, I don't remember that being there in the original. But yeah, in the original, this whole lower level is flooded. And then after the fight, Pyramid Head walks down here, opens up that door, and then all the water is drained from the bottom here. And then when you come down, you kind of get to see the aftermath and the wear of all the water, which you see here. Just, yeah, they really went beyond here, trying to recreate all that detail, even though we don't even get that sequence here. All of this on the rail. Yeah, that's the door which... that's the exit to the whole apartment in the original. Last time I was here, I pretended to do the fight, running to the other side and shooting the pistol. Nice. Let's see. If we go back to 208 as well, I think we get that little callback to Pyramid Head's boss room where we hear someone struggling with the doorknob. I guess I could show that again for anyone that wants to see it that wasn't here before. Seven. Nice. Yeah. In the original, that happens on the... if you try and interact with the door that leads to Pyramid Head before you get the key. That's also the room that's highlighted in that picture we just got, Forever Together, and that's the first room that we came from at the start of this sequence. Which starts from the other side in that apartment that's supposed to represent James and Mary's apartment, so I'm assuming that's what they're getting at there. Okay. Ooh, I missed a resub. Barbells for Bo. Thank you for the 3. And sorry I'm behind on your message. I hope you're still there in the chat. Hey dog, been catching up on the Silent Hill 2 streams. Always love the content. Wanted to drop by. So since I didn't catch you back when you were streaming the RE4 remake, those streams and VODs got me through some pretty tough times. My dad was diagnosed with brain cancer during that time, so it was cathartic watching you blow up parasite heads and all that. Hope you've been good. Take care. Oh, man. I'm glad I could help in any small way. That's very nice of you to say. Cheers, man. That's very nice of you to say. I hope you're still there in chat. That was like 25 minutes ago. I'm sorry that I'm late catching up with that. Cheers, man. Yeah, I think this image has changed, right? There are more of these figures. More Mary mannequins. Really nice mood here with the clocks. You can hear two separate ticking sounds here. I wonder, do you get more and more ticking sounds as you bring more of the hands back? I think there are lots of little things that change in here gradually. Oh, door has opened. I don't remember that. Oh, this picture has changed too. It doesn't have the sludge running down it anymore after the first transformation. And now there are moths fluttering around inside it. Or what looked like moths. Yeah, that was not there before. Oh! The room is also covered in moths now. I don't think it was like this either, initially. I guess it makes sense now as like a little build up to the moth room. What do we have in here? Nothing. Oh yeah. See these these kind of bulging things here? I think this is supposed to be like a moth-eaten thing, like it's the moths that took chunks out of this. When we go into the moth room now, you're gonna see way more of this imagery as well. These kind of bulging things, which I think is supposed to be like Mary's skin, Mary's face. And those, yeah, her kind of blistery looking face when you see her at the end of the game. Yeah, all these touches here. None of these were here before. Cool. I quite like this if that's what they're trying to lean into here, like the moth-eaten imagery. Okay. Yeah, here as well, along the walls. I'm glad you like the playthroughs, Geek-S. Silent Hill 2 is kind of a special case for me as well. I can't help but go over the game in this kind of excruciating detail. The original is very special to me in that regard. Ten past 9. Ugh. Okay, we're not going to spend an hour in this room this time, hopefully. Yeah, look, here it is again, all this stuff. Ooh, damn, this room is just covered in them. Oh. Yeah, I didn't really focus in on these details at all on my first time through. Especially with how it compared to the other room as well, how it parallels the other room. Really nice. I love how much Dog loves Silent Hill 2. Hey, I'm glad you get enjoyment purely out of my enjoyment. Passion can be infectious sometimes, which is great. I also, too, like just listening to people or watching someone enjoy what they enjoy. It's pretty cool when you also enjoy it, too. Because then you get to enjoy it a lot, and you also get to enjoy someone else's enjoyment. So there's layers and layers of enjoyment going on. It's great. I wasn't even counting them, really, this time. I was just looking at them. Let's see if I can just remember it now off the top of my head. The moons were 8, I'm pretty sure. And the eyes were 5, I think. 3. There's only 2 of the moths. 7. If that's 5 again, plus 2, 7. And 3. 5 minus 2. Nice. This was such a nice reveal. The first time. Just like the original. Ooh. Oh, no moth graffiti on the walls here. I don't think I stopped to take note of that on the first time. In the original game, this room is like almost 1-to-1 for the original game. But in the original, you get strange like bits of moth graffiti on the walls as well here. Come on, James. You should be getting used to this by now. The second hand. Oh, that's nice. He's slicing up these walls again. Oh yeah, one thing that disappointed me. Remember, you have these moths outside dying to get in, which is a really cool image, but you can't let them in. Boo! They just keep bumping up against an invisible wall. Two out of 10. Oh yeah, now they're right up close here. Yeah, this feels so Silent Hill 4 to me. Even the way it changes as you progress and come back. So Silent Hill 4. Oh yeah, now all the moth stuff is gone. Everything's just becoming uprooted. Ooh, the picture has changed again. Now we have the sludge pouring over it again, and the moths. Is there anything new? Is there like more of a wire mesh over the window or something? Oh. Was I able to open that before? How the time flies. $11. With the number 6 on the screen. I don't know where that's supposed to be. It really reminds me of the original game, though, that particular TV model, which they've probably recreated here as well. Even the way the door looks there. The relevancy, we don't really know exactly, but personally, I think it's the moment of Mary's death. And the idea is that ever since James killed Mary, time has frozen for him. This remake puts way more emphasis on the clock than the original. In the original game, you only ever see 9 in the one room that has the clock puzzle. But what's interesting about it in the original game is that no matter what the riddle difficulty is, that one clock riddle will always remain the same. It'll always be 9. And written beside the clock, or written on the clock in the original, it says, "The scars from the past shall remove the nail that stops time." And I'm not exactly sure how you interpret that message. It's always one of those messages in Silent Hill 2 that I stop to really think about. And I have often wondered if it is supposed to be the moment of Mary's death, as in, like, if James can acknowledge what these scars from the past are, time will flow again. That he'll be able to remove the nail that stops time, that freezes time. But I'm not really sure what the message is supposed to mean. But in this remake really puts extra emphasis on it, which really makes it seem even more important. I'm curious if this is just Bloober's own interpretation of the clock in the original game. If we're seeing them kind of expand on one of their own interpretations. But we also know that Masahiro Ito supervised on this game, and that they were in constant contact with him. So maybe it was something as well that they asked Ito about, and maybe he told them. Maybe he told them for sure what this clock meant, or if it meant anything significant. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. The remake would certainly make me think even more so that this is the moment of Mary's death. And especially, you know, leaning into the idea that it is just, you know, it's like time has frozen. No matter where you are in the game, every clock has this one time on it. The scars from the past shall remove the nail that stops time. (9:10 and 15 seconds). Just listening to all of the different clock sounds. Delpho asked that question when the stream hit 9:10. What question? Did he realize he was asking the question at 9:10? He asked me the question about the significance of the clock when it hit 9 hours and 10 seconds? 10 minutes? Oh my god. Jesus, that's spooky. Cool. Yeah, every time I see clocks in real life now, I think they look wrong because they're not at 9:10. I was down at my local pizza place the other day and they had a big dirty clock behind the counter. When I looked at it, I was like, that's not right. It should be 9:10. I've been playing way too much of this game. Okay, Pyramid Head time. Oh! You know what I haven't tried? If you can beat Pyramid Head by just running away from him and not damaging him at all. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. I want to see if we can just run away from him. In the original, in the original, the time the fight takes depends on how much you damage him. If you don't damage him at all, you have to run around and avoid him for longer. If you keep shooting at him, he'll disappear really quickly. He'll leave after like a minute or two. It all just depends on how much damage you deal. Shooting him only decreases the time of the fight. Part of me wants to experiment with the grab and see if we can get his tongue to appear, but I don't think that's worthwhile. I asked earlier if anyone saw his tongue in this yet, and nobody said yes. Nobody said they saw his tongue, so his tongue probably does not exist in this remake. Tongue, yeah, in the original Silent Hill 2, you can see that Pyramid Head has a tongue. If you let him grab you during this first encounter with him, you'll see it. a little tongue will come out of his head. And he'll start wiggling it around in front of James. But in the remake, it's not here. It doesn't seem to exist, unfortunately. That's a shame. It even looks like there's a little slit on his head for the tongue to come out of as well. I noticed that earlier when I saw him through the bars. It was like the perfect little slot for this tongue to slide out of. Maybe I'll see if I can get him to grab me again. Oh, I'm not seeing any slit this time. Okay, maybe I was just imagining things. Okay, let's just try and avoid it. Yes. Clank on that metal, Yamoka. Give me all these big industrial sounds. Oh! The light. Like in the prison, yeah. Okay. Same as the original. Damn, I wish I fucking did this on my first playthrough. Really could have used the ammo. Okay. Yeah, I do remember it being faster than the first time too, so I'd imagine it's the same thing. You shoot at him, it's a lot faster. Okay. Ah. Oh, you can chainsaw him as well. I wonder if you get any unique sounds for chainsawing him. Can you stun him? Can you knock him down by going for leg shots? Probably not. The amount of relief I felt after leaving that place was crazy. Yeah, especially in the remake, it's like the apartment's on steroids. It's massive, the fucking scope of it. You definitely can't criticize Bloober's ambition when it comes to how they've recreated these major areas. I love this transition, kind of like Silent Hill 1, when you just step into this normal world again. Yeah, I guess so. Because just with how the apartments get so hellish in this, it's almost like a full-on otherworld sequence. Whereas in the original, you don't get that as much. The Blue Creek apartments are much more normal. So yeah, it really does feel like a breath of fresh air here. Or just, yeah, getting that sudden, jarring sense of normalcy again after it. Okay. $8 29 in game. It's gonna be another long playthrough. The labyrinth is crazy in terms of how big it is compared to the original. The labyrinth is like, I don't know, on average 30-minute sequence at most. I guess maybe if you're including Abstract Daddy at the end and then the Hanged Man puzzle. Yeah, I don't know, like an hour? Something like that. The labyrinth in this is gargantuan in comparison. Oh, this is nice. Back out the other side of the Woodside Apartments. Building interior change. I didn't even think I'd be able to go back in. Yeah, we can't really go back in. Man, even the detail here in this small little spot. Park your bikes. Oh, look at this. Look at this corpse here. Look at these feeble remains. Did the original game have a broken yellow bike model like this? I feel like I can remember the original having something like this. Just got a flashback somewhere in the back of my brain. There's a broken up yellow bike model in Silent Hill 2. It's definitely not here. This room doesn't exist in the original. Okay, guys. I think I'm going to leave it there for tonight. It's getting late. It's almost 3 a.m. I should take it easy, get some food, head to bed, and then tomorrow I'll think about what I want to do. Oh, nice. The saves get marked with New Game Plus. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll continue this tomorrow. I'm also thinking about possibly mixing in my last two subathon goal games in with this, because I want to start those up soon. Or, you know, return to Splinter Cell and start up Ballad of Gay Tony. I'm thinking maybe I'll start up Ballad of Gay Tony and start mixing in, yeah, those two games with Silent Hill 2, and maybe kind of slowly go through this playthrough instead of doing it non-stop day after day. But maybe I'll just feel like doing this again tomorrow. We'll see. I'll see how I feel. Novice with the big 2-year resub as well. Novice, thank you so much for the 24 months. Hey dog, I'm trying to get through your original playthrough and it's been a wild ride. You mean my first playthrough of the remake? Hey, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Racetrack, did I thank you earlier for your 34 as well? Thank you. I've already played the Ballad of Gay Tony, but I haven't played it since I was very young, so, you know, since it first came out, so it'll be very fresh to me. I haven't seen it in a long, long time. Yes, watching you in anguish is too good, and hard mode combat. Hey, I'm glad you're having fun. Yeah, it's been quite a surreal and strange experience going through this remake. Yeah, guys, thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. I'll host up Nub. He's currently playing some Remake. I think he's still going through his first playthrough. So yeah, I'm gonna raid up Nub if anyone's interested. Till next time, everyone, take it easy.